Dodgers taking on the Rays.
Cody Bellinger is becoming a superstar.
And Austin Meadows, super hot lately. He's been their best hitter.
The Dodgers,
They have pitching, they have bullpen, they have young players, they have star players. They're the best put together team.
A knockout in 19, a 7th consecutive division title.
In Tampa, they've got a few good starters.
They just seem to make right moves left and right.
Rays win it on the fan walk-off.
Hello and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. Heidi Watney and Joe Girardi here coming to you from Studio 42 in New Jersey. But right now you're looking at Hollywood. Chavez Ravine, home of the LA Dodgers. They're going to be hosting the Tampa Bay Rays on this lovely Southern California evening. They're getting the mound ready there for the matchup. Blake Snell is back for the Tampa Bay Rays, pitching for the first time since July 21st. This is huge for the Rays.
Really big, really big. He's made 2 starts in the minor leagues. He's only got up to 2 innings and 28 pitches, but he has 3 starts possible if they want to get him ready for the playoffs. And he could be ready for the wild card game, too, if they wanted to use him out of the bullpen. So I think this is huge. He's got tremendous stuff. Cy Young Award winner. You're getting Glasnow and him back. To make the difference down the stretch. We're
going to do a little bit of deeper dive into Snell in just a bit, but we have to let everyone watching, wherever you're watching, know we do have a countdown clock. They're putting a clock on us. We have a time limit here. So you know the countdown to first pitch clock is going to be somewhere right around there. I like when they do the sound effects.
Yeah, I look for it, too.
It's right. Oh, wait, it's not actually floating above our heads, but you can see it on your screen. That is what we're getting you set for first pitch. It was supposed to be Ross Stripling on the mound for the Dodgers tonight, but Dave Roberts said he wants to see Stripling come out of the bullpen because that's what he's going to be doing in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been doing that back and forth. His last 3 outings, he's had 2 starts, and he's also come in relief. And he's a guy, to me, that's going to eat up some innings because I believe the 4th start, they might do by bullpen. You know, they might start a lefty or a different righty, and he will eventually come in and try to eat some innings.
And that is exactly taking a page out of the Tampa Bay Rays book, who really started this bullpenning phenomenon. But right now they're going to have their ace back on the mound tonight as he is building back up for the postseason, as you said. Blake Snell, what are you looking for from Blake Snell tonight? I know it's not going to be a full outing. He's still rehabbing, still ramping back up. But as a manager making his first big league start off of the injury, what are you looking for?
Well, I'm looking for some command of his fastball, his curveball, and his changeup. Those are his 3 major pitches. He does have a slider as well. But I'd like to see him get to like 45 pitches. And this is tricky because they have to win, but he has to hit. So what happens if he is in the 2nd inning and the bases are loaded with 1 out? Are you going to remove him? So I think it's really tricky. But I love this kid stuff. And don't be deceived by the ERA. You look at what he's done with his fastball up in the zone. Look how dominant with that curveball. And he's got 2 different ones that he throws. He has a slower one for a strike and then a harder one to make you swing and miss. He had a bad month of June when he had an ERA in the 9s. So don't be deceived by his numbers. But I want to show you what he loves to do. He loves to pitch similar to the Houston Astros, where he'll throw his fastball up in the zone. He'll get it all the way up to 97. You're going to see him get 2 by Moncada. He strikes out James McCann at 96 up in the zone. Here's the slow curve. 2nd time through the lineup, I'm going to give you a different look. I'm going to throw you a curveball for a strike. But if I get ahead of you, I'm going to bury you. I mean, this is Abreu, a tremendous hitter. Below the zone, another one. He gets Moncada to swing and miss. And don't forget, he's got this changeup that he gets rollovers. He gets a lot of ground ball outs. This guy has tremendous stuff. But I want to show you one of the best hitters in the American League, Jose Abreu. He starts him with a slow curveball. Then he throws him a changeup. He looks silly. Look how fooled he is on this high fastball. I mean, he is not picking him up, and then he gets him to ground out weakly on this changeup. So I think this is big, that they get him up to at least 75 pitches, 80 pitches by the end of these 3 starts, this being the first.
What do you expect out of him tonight?
I think he's going to be pretty good. His last start in AAA, which was on the 12th, was pretty good, where he went 2 innings. only threw 28 pitches and got through it easy. It was a playoff game against the Yankees, which maybe he matches up in the second round.
That could very well happen in the ALDS for sure. They are in a battle right now for the AL wildcard race. Interesting to see, though, that he's been out for a while, and the Rays have kept going. They've kept chugging along. Lowest payroll in baseball. Doesn't matter that they lose their Cy Young guy. They're still in the race. It's amazing what they've done. Let's take a look at some starting lineups for this game, shall we? We'll start with the Dodgers, LA Dodgers. Justin Turner still not in there, though.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Cody Bellinger in the lineup there. David Freese, though, leading off, playing first base. A.J. Pollock in there, Chris Taylor in third, with the loss of Justin Turner there. Still dealing with that sprained ankle. They expected him back in there today. Does that concern you that he's not in there?
It does concern me because they are so good when he's in the lineup. In 2018, when he came back is when they took off. So it does worry. The good thing, though, for me is it's his front foot. You know, he doesn't have to put you're going to sit on your back leg. You're going to sit on your right foot. So for him, it's just the leg kick and put it down. So if there's one ankle that I would want to be hurt if I was a hitter, it would be my front one.
Okay, that's good. Good news for Dodgers fans. What hasn't been some great news, though, is Cody Bellinger struggling a little bit lately. I mean, having an MVP caliber season, don't get me wrong, but over the last couple of weeks, maybe the last month, he's dipped down a little bit. What do you say?
Yeah, you wonder if it's a little bit of fatigue as we're getting late in the season, and they had yesterday off, and maybe you get him a couple days, you know, as they move forward. The biggest thing that all the guys are rested, and you saw those 254 the second half. He has not had a good second half. Well, it's not a good second half for him. I mean, he still has an OPS around 900, but he was 1,100 the first half. And because of that, I think he's allowed Anthony Rendon to creep into the MVP. So, but he's a dominant hitter. He's a really good hitter. And I would think a few days off would probably help him.
Okay. So there you go, Dave Roberts. Maybe give him a little bit of rest. I mean, they need him right for the postseason, and that's what Dave Roberts has said he's going to do over these next couple of weeks. Try out some postseason scenarios, particularly with their bullpen guys and their pitching guys, but even with the offense, get guys healthy. I mean, that's something we're going to talk to Joe a little bit later about how you balance that, getting ready for the postseason versus playing for the here and now. Let's take a look, though, right now at the Rays lineup in this matchup. Tommy Pham leading off. Austin Meadows in right field. He has been spectacular lately. Travis d'Arnaud doing catching. Ji-Man Choi, Matt Duffy, Willie Adames at short, Kevin Kiermaier, the superstar center fielder there. But back to Austin Meadows.
Ooh, what a month.
Great. I mean, leading all of baseball in RBIs in September. He's been fantastic lately. What are you seeing?
18 RBIs in only 13 starts, only 52 at-bats, 7 home runs. What I see is him using the whole field. And he's kind of an up-and-down guy. But if this is the month that I want him really hot, this is it, because this is going to help us to get into the playoffs if he remains hot. But this guy, he uses the whole field. He's got power. He can run. He's very athletic. And I really like what he's doing. I mean, you're going to watch him hit a number of different pitches here as he drives the ball to left field. And the thing is, he's been so productive. I mean, you look at this curveball on a hanging slider from a left-hander. You want to do that? Well, I'm going to shoot it the other way. Yeah, he got beat, but he stayed inside the baseball. He hits the ball where they're not standing, and that's the key in this game. And he's got so much power. Look at him go down and get that changeup and hit it out for a 3-run homer. And I've just been really impressed with the progress that he's made. He's got big-time power. He's got over 30 home runs. He only hit 4 in June and July. Now, think about that. He's got over 30 home runs and did no damage in the months of June and July.
Yeah.
This is their superstar bat, but they all complement him around him, and they mix and match so well.
That is one thing about the Rays with such a team. They're mixing and matching, and they're playing, and they just seem to be playing the matchups perfectly, and that's why they are where they are. Let's take a look at those AL wildcard standings right now. You've got the A's there out in the lead. They're +1 on the Rays. They would host home field should the season end today. The Indians, though, not far behind, just a game and a half out of a second spot. So really, we're looking at a 3-team race right now. Let's take a look at what the Indians did in their game. We got some highlights for you, an update from their action. Indians hosting the Tigers. Oscar Mercado with a solo shot. That makes it 1-0.
He's been a real pleasant surprise for them, you know, moving into left field and giving them some offense that they didn't have early on in the year. So I've been pretty impressed with what Oscar Mercado has done in his first season.
Yeah, and they've got the pitching. They just need the offense to keep pace if they want to keep in this race here. In the third, Jordan Luplow triples to left.
Still the most exciting play in baseball, the triple. And when a catcher gets a triple, I get really excited. Not a catcher.
Of course, of course. All right, Indians have a 6-2 lead over the Tigers in the 8th inning, so they are doing their job keeping pace here. It's the Twins hosting the White Sox. Bottom of the 3rd, Eddie Rosario with the double to center field, scoring. Oh, nope, that would be a home run, solo shot.
White Sox are not a team that I necessarily want to play down the stretch because they do have offense. And sometimes these kids get energized in the month of September when
they want to play
playing
spoiler.
a playoff-bound team or someone trying to get in their playoff. So not a team that, Toronto's another one I wouldn't want to play. You throw it down the middle, up, this is what I do.
That's what happens.
I hit home runs.
Do some damage. That's right. The Twins have a comfortable lead right now in the Central. I mean, the Indians would have to go on quite a charge there. It looks like the Indians more in the race for that AL wildcard spot. Of those 3 teams in the race, who's your favorite?
Of the wild card teams?
AL wildcard teams.
Oakland. I like the schedule they have moving forward. They don't really play any teams over 500. They're going to play the Angels and the Mariners.
Yeah.
You know, the Angels are depleted with all the injuries that they've had. So I like Oakland, especially with the addition of some of these young players.
Now we're taking a look at the NL wildcard standings, and you see this is still technically a 6-team race, although the Phillies, Mets, and D-backs seem to be falling back a little bit. Nationals, Cubs, and Brewers, though, and just a week ago, the Nats had like a 3-game lead for home field advantage. That has dipped down to just a half-game lead over the Cubs as they have surged lately.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the Nationals, and I was a big believer that they were the one team that could probably give the Dodgers a lot of trouble, but they have not played well. They went to Atlanta, didn't play well there. They've been in St. Louis. They have a really tough schedule. You know, they do get the Phillies 5 times. Maybe that will help them, but they need to pick it up a little bit.
Cubs have, what, 7 left against the Cardinals? That's going to be tough as well.
Milwaukee might slip in there because of that,
Oh, yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah, they have an easier schedule. Back to the highlights here. Howie Kendrick, solo shot to center field. That gives the Nationals a 2-1 lead.
So many times you see the veterans stepping up in big moments like this. You
Yeah.
know, this time of the year, a lot of times young players get tired and aren't used to the pressure that goes into playing in the month of September fighting for a spot.
Howie's one of those cool as a cucumber guys,
Yes,
too.
he is. Can
Just
really hit.
Doesn't his heartbeat doesn't change.
Here's another one.
Matter.
Here's another veteran.
Locaine. Love this guy. I love this guy.
Yeah.
Defense spectacular.
He's had a tough year after having such a great year, but he continues to fight. And you know what? That's a big home run. Early on in the game, he gives them the lead, and that's what you want if you're a club.
Padres do strike back, though. Hunter Renfroe.
That's a
not
pretty good
cheapie.
pitch, too. But that's a pretty good pitch down in the zone, a breaking ball, and he reaches out and gets it. But I really like the way that Milwaukee's bullpen is, after a few moves, they put it together and have pitched extremely well.
And here you go, 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 7th.
That means Mr. Hader's getting up.
Yes, he is. He can be scary when he's on. All right, first inning, Aristides Aquino with a runner on. That is a home run.
Yeah, Yu Darvish, that's the one thing that he's done is he's given up a lot of home runs. He's pitched great the second half. Their best second half pitcher. Aquino had burst onto the scene in August. September has been a struggle, but maybe not tonight.
Yeah, and, you know, they want to play spoiler. They got a lot of teams right now in some sort of contention. Kyle Schwarber, you said you were a fan of triples?
Yeah, and this is a catcher. He was a catcher at the University of Indiana and came up as a catcher, so he gets credit for this. He almost got a break there, but he has really picked it up. With Rizzo going down, he's had a big series against the Pirates. He's hit well against Cincinnati in the first 2 games. He had a 3-run homer. They need that. He's got 37 home runs.
Yeah. All right. So the Reds have a 3-2 lead over the Cubs. As you mentioned, though, Rizzo, Baez, both hurt. I mean, the Cubs are really going to need – they got to make a push right now, and they've got 2 of their superstars that are sidelined.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like they've been able to keep everyone together. You know, they lost their catcher for a while, and then they lost Baez, and then now they've lost Rizzo. But somehow they're getting it done. It's going to get a little bit tougher. They're going to play the Cardinals 7 times in the last 10 days, but – they're in a pretty good spot right now.
And the Brewers are just licking their chops.
Yeah.
Like, you two beat up on each other. We're just going to sneak in back door here. All right, we are going to head out now to Dodger Stadium. Alana Rizzo is with Jock Peterson.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Jock, thanks for taking a couple minutes to be with us. I want to know if you're still feeling as good at the plate as it appears that you are, because it seems like every time you step in the box, you don't have any sort of issues kind of seeing that ball and hitting the ball.
I feel good. You know, I guess, I don't know. I feel good, and I'm just going to keep going.
You guys are obviously in the postseason. Now you have National League #1 seed to worry about, and you also have the best record in all of baseball to worry about. How do you take that on a day-by-day approach?
I think just the same way that we got to where we're at, you know. Stick to the grind, take care of the little things, attention to details, and grind out at bats, get into the bullpen, and our pitching staff, you know, they kind of do their own thing and put up zeros to help us win, and our offense takes care of it things, and it's a good process for W's.
You mentioned getting into the bullpen, and with the Rays team, you kind of always have a bullpen game as they kind of invented the whole opener situation. How much more work do you guys have to put into perhaps seeing a lot more arms than you normally would have to with another team?
Yeah, you know, it's not that big of a difference. It's you go over everyone, you know who they have in the bullpen, and that's the way that they're successful. So kudos to them, but yeah, we still have to find a way to win whoever is on the mound, and that can't change our game plan.
You guys are coming off a series against the New York Mets, a team that's also fighting for their playoff lives. Is there anything extra in these games, because these guys obviously have a lot to play for as well?
Absolutely, you know, and we're still getting ready to win a World Series, so I don't think it matters who's on the other side of the field. They have their own stuff to worry about, and we have our own stuff to worry about, and we have to prepare ourselves for October, and there's no letting off the gas pedal.
All right, appreciate your time, Jock. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, guys.
All right, good stuff from Alana and Jock Peterson. Back here in the dugout with a World Series winning manager, Joe Girardi. So you kind of know what you're talking about. You know this position, this view, and you were just saying, this is what you do at this time of year. You're looking out there at the scoreboard. You're kind of scoreboard watching and watching your game at the same time. If you see a team that's ahead of you or even behind you losing a game, you kind of lick your chops a little bit.
I'm thinking if I'm in Milwaukee managing that game and we're winning 2-1, and you're looking, Washington's beating St. Louis. Since he's beaten Chicago, we could pick up a game on both of them. We'd be tied for the wild card. They're going to play a bunch. I mean, that's what you do. You hope you're winning your division, and you can just watch in curiosity.
Right.
But sometimes you're watching and saying, okay, just lose tonight.
It's a little bit less stressful. Speaking of winning your division, though, the Dodgers, they already clinched the NL West. So Dave Roberts, now in his position, how does he juggle keeping his players rested, keeping them healthy, keeping them sharp for the postseason with 2 weeks to play? But they're also fighting for the best record overall in baseball in home field advantage.
He's going to play with his stars. I think he's going to make sure his pitchers are rested. I think a guy like Ryu, he's going to make sure that he's not overworked down the stretch. His last start, he threw 7 scoreless innings against the Mets. He was really, really good. Continue to get him going. David Freese, you see a guy like David Freese who's going to play against left-handers. He's leading off. Maybe he can get 2 at-bats against left-handers tonight. Maybe give Cody some time off. You're going to play your guys, but you're going to choose to maybe give them a day off here and there to make sure they feel really good. And there would be times I would ask guys, what do you need? You know, is there anything that you feel uncomfortable with? Do you need this? Do you need that? And then your bullpen, you try to give them consistent work, not to where they're throwing 3 days in a row, because you can't afford any injuries at this time of year. So you're going to say, you know, if the last weekend doesn't mean anything, you're going to throw Friday and you're going to throw Sunday. And it's just almost like spring training where it's mapped out.
Mapped out. That's got to be nice to be able to do that and say, hey, don't even worry. You're not coming in tonight's game no matter what.
Right.
You're having a night off, because they can mentally take a break, too.
Yeah, and I think that's important this time of year because it's such a long year. You look at Cody Bellinger, he's played in 146 of 151 games. He's playing tonight, and I understand why. I mean, the left-handers have kind of beat up Snell this year, and they had a day off yesterday. But the most important thing is keeping your players healthy. Mm-hmm. Number 2 is making sure they're ready to go. They feel good about who they are going into the playoffs. And number 3 is home field advantage. And I know people get excited about home field advantage, But if you have a Max Muncy and a Cody Bellinger on the DL, that doesn't do you any good, no matter how good your home field advantage is.
No, it doesn't. But the Dodgers are pretty good at home. All right, what do you think? You mentioned Ryu. What do you think has been wrong with Ryu? And as a manager, how do you address that? 4 of his last 5 starts were bad. As you mentioned, though, his last one was improved.
And I think he had an extra day, so I continue to give him at least an extra day or maybe an extra 2 because he's at an innings point that he hasn't been to in a long time. And I know he's an experienced veteran, but sometimes people, I don't want to say use the word panic, but you look for sometimes guys just go through a hard time, and we overthink it. But I think spacing out his starts is probably a good idea right now to make sure, hey, October 3rd or 4th when they play, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, and you want him back with that sub-2 ERA that he had for the first half of the season. All right, the Rays are in a tight wild card race. What's Kevin Cash's approach and his message to his team these final 2 weeks of the season with that postseason spot on the line?
Just win tonight. And if we win our games, we don't have to worry about anyone behind us because we're in a wild card spot. So just win tonight. We'll worry about tomorrow. If I have to use this combination, this is what I'm going to do. They're in playoff mode now because they would probably love to catch Oakland and have home field advantage because I'd want Oakland flying across the country to come see us. And they don't. And
Oakland has a home field advantage with their crazy fans.
Yes, and in Cleveland, if it's Cleveland, you don't want them to catch you, so just take care of your own business. That's what we've done all year. Take care of your own business.
They've really been in playoff contention for the last month. I mean, every single game for these guys really matters. All right, we're going to send it back out to the ballpark with our analysts for tonight's game, BJ Upton and Nomar Garciaparra.
Thanks, guys. Welcome here to Dodger Stadium. Another beautiful day. We got 2 great teams going out. We got the Dodgers versus the Rays. 2 teams looking at this game a little bit differently. One, the Dodgers obviously clinched their 7th straight Western Division title. They're looking at it as getting ready for the postseason. They're making sure guys are healthy. I mean, as right now we have Justin Turner out because he's still nursing an ankle, so they want to make sure he's healthy, and they have that luxury of doing so. Another thing is the starting pitching. Guy who was penciled in was supposed to be Ross Stripling. Instead, they switched it. They bring in Caleb Ferguson. He's going to be starting the game, and they're going to bring Ross out of the bullpen. Why? Well, they want him to get used to doing that because they're setting up for possibly a postseason action for Ross Stripling coming out of the bullpen. So they are looking at this game totally different. Obviously, they want to win because they are still in the hunt for the NL as far as home field advantage. They want to have that as well because they're so good here at home. But as far as the Rays, different story.
Yeah, the Rays, they're in a situation where they have to win every ball game, and they're sitting at the top of that wild card spot right now, but we all know that can change very fast, and they have Blake Snell coming back tonight, and that's the guy they've been waiting for to come back, and like you said, unfortunately he didn't get the minor league starts that he wanted, but they're bringing him back in a crunch situation where they really need him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting to obviously have them. Hopefully he's a boost to this club. Obviously the reigning Cy Young over there in the AL. Any team would be excited to have him back. But you also have other guys going out there for the Rays that are going out there and just competing on a daily basis. They know every game counts, everything matters. And like we said, Dodgers, whole different story. So it should be exciting. The interesting thing here, it's only a 2-game series. So here's game 1 of a 2-game series. Back to you guys.
Should be an exciting 2-game series out there as we've got some interleague play at Dodger Stadium. Kike Hernandez in the starting lineup, getting warmed up out there at Dodger Stadium. We're going to take you to first pitch. We got about 7 more minutes, but right now we've got a special for you. YouTube creators and the hosts of Good Mythical Morning, Rhett McLaughlin and Link Neal, are at Dodger Stadium. They're going to throw out the first pitch. Good Mythical Morning is the most watched daily show on YouTube. Their page getting close to 16 million subscribers. Here's a taste of what you can see on the show.
Right out the cloaca.
That's right. That's right.
Silent night.
The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out.
No. I think it's a foot of something.
Did I play with this as a child?
I really hope so.
All right, I'm not sure what to think about that last shot with all the dull heads. That's a little bit frightening. But here they are getting ready to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Joe, this is not an easy thing to do.
No, and I think you have to think about aiming high, actually. I always tell people aim high because it will then get to us. And catchers don't want it to bounce, or who's ever catching.
No.
You don't want it to bounce. So
You don't want to bounce it, but you don't want to airmail it over their
no,
head.
but
either.
I don't think this is interesting.
They don't look strong enough.
Oh,
there.
gosh.
Oh gosh.
See, now I would have been a little nervous about that, but they pulled it off. They obviously told the catcher.
I hope
were
they
gonna
did.
do that. Yeah. But that was pretty good, actually.
They both hit their targets.
Yes. Yeah, down in the zone. You know, you don't give up home runs usually down in the zone. That was good.
You know, a little cross-up action there.
Yeah.
Though. That surprised me. I hope.
You know what? In spring training, that's what I'm always worried about. You know, when you're like on
when
the
you have
sixth,
lined up, yeah.
Yeah, that someone's going to throw one. I don't like it.
And you're catching this guy directly in front of you, and someone like hits you in the ear.
And there's one here, and there's one here, and there's one on the other side, and it's a nerve-wracking.
Have you done a ceremonial first pitch recently?
One. I did it in Monterrey, Mexico.
And
they had like people. Home plate was right there, and they had two people standing here. And I was like, oh gosh, I hope I don't hit
Please don't
somebody.
hit them.
Yeah, don't hit. But they were standing really close, and I was able to get.
You
it
got
the right
skills.
way.
You got skills. You got this. All right, we're going to send it back out to someone else who's got skills. Alana Rizzo. She's with Travis Darno.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Travis, you know, it's funny. You always hear that phrase, a cup of coffee in the big leagues. You didn't have a cup of coffee with the Dodgers. You had a sip of coffee with the Dodgers. But then you go to the Tampa Bay Rays and really, once again, reinvent yourself. What have you found to be your success there with the Rays when you were traded over there?
I feel like early on in the year, I mean, even my sip of coffee, like you said, with the Dodgers here, I was just trying to do too much. And fortunately, I had a lot of opportunities with the Rays early on, and I was able to slow things down and simplify the game, and it paid off. And you know, now our team is where we're at, going for a wild card position, and it's been fun.
What do you think has allowed this team in particular to be in the position that you are right now, to still be fighting for that wild card spot in the American League?
I mean, it's, you know, we've lost a lot of our best pitchers throughout the year. Especially starters, and I think the team camaraderie though has kept us together through those tough times, and we were able to pick each other up and I think outperform expectations where people might have thought we were at, and we stayed really tight, and we came out on top, and like I said, we're battling for a spot now.
This club in there is a very young team, so not many people necessarily have been in the position that you guys are in right now. How do you think that can benefit you guys, kind of not knowing what you don't know, and what are some challenges with that?
The challenges is you could, you know, put a little too much pressure on yourself for trying to do too much. But the positives of it is everybody's young, everyone's hungry, everyone's got a ton of energy. I think that's helped me out as well, of helping me feel more awake every day. So it's been fun, but yeah, the younger guys definitely help with that.
What do you think your role is here with this club?
I would say I'm one of the vets on the team. I mean, I only have 6 years in the big leagues, but I have the fourth most time here. It's a new role for me, but I just try to keep everyone loose. You know, right now there could be a lot of high pressure situations or high pressure moments in throughout the day, even if we're not at the field. But I try to keep everyone loose and remind them it's baseball, and we still have to remember our goals that we all set together earlier this year, and we just have to stick with it.
All right, so we are getting you set for the Rays and Dodgers at Chavez Arena. But the final MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is coming up a week from tomorrow. It's next Wednesday, September 25th. It's going to be the Cardinals at the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks still technically in the race right now, although they've fallen back a little bit. And the Cardinals, man, they are fighting and clawing for that NL Central.
You got to make sure the Cardinals don't have a hangover after playing 4 games against the Cubs.
Yeah. I mean, they got 7 against the Cubs. This is going to go right down to the end. The race to October is here. Watch the MLB postseason with YouTube TV. YouTube TV is 70-plus channels of live TV, including every postseason game. It also comes with unlimited cloud DVR storage and 6 individual accounts for the household at no extra charge. You can add your favorite teams to your library so you don't miss a moment of the action. Setup is easy, only takes minutes. Get ready for the postseason and watch live with YouTube TV. Try it for free. Now, we've got a little over a minute and a half left until game time. It was supposed to be Ross Stripling starting this game, and now it is not. It is Ferguson starting this game. What do you see Dave Roberts doing here?
Well, I think he's trying to set up how Stripling would be used in the playoffs. I think they'll use an opener possibly in Game 4 if they get to that in the first round, and then you have Maeda or Tony Gonsolin to be that innings eater. And maybe he's just pulling a page out of the Milwaukee book where Wade Miley faced one hitter and came out. Just flip the script.
Oh, you know that's in their back pocket for this postseason. They're going to just pull a bait and switch on someone. Yeah, their fourth starter is up in the air right now, especially with Rich Hill. Now, he says he's working to try and come back, changed his mechanics a little bit so the knee doesn't bother him as much. Do you see him being able to come back?
Oh, well, I think he could be a great bullpen piece. And he could be an opener, you know. Yeah. I mean, he could be the opener, and then one of these other right-handers has to take over. But I believe that he could be a factor in the playoffs.
They've got plenty of options there, and then they've got this young guy, Dustin May, comes up throwing gas. You like what you see from him?
I do. So they have a lot of guys that could really give you 5 or 6 innings if you needed it. And so I think they're in a pretty good spot, and they'll mix and match for that fourth game.
Urias is another one out there. They're really taking a page out of the Rays book. The Rays are the people who started doing this. They've made a living out of this. They've made a postseason run out of this. And the Dodgers are like, yeah, we'll try that too.
Well, you can remember where the front office came from. Came from the Rays.
That is right. Good point from Joe Girardi. I'm Heidi Watney. We're going to send you out to L.A. Enjoy the game.
Here's the pitch.
It is business as usual in LA in September on a gorgeous 75-degree night. Postseason preparation mode is on, and the next 2 days will provide a strong test for October. The annual attendance leaders will have a packed house as usual. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube with the Tampa Bay Rays taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chavez Ravine. And welcome inside the booth at Dodger Stadium. I'm Scott Braun. Hello to the YouTube audience watching worldwide. Thank you so much for joining us. The Dodgers are playing as a team that won the National League West about a week ago. The Rays are in a sprint. 3 teams for 2 wildcard spots in the American League. We can't wait to talk about it. And also a number of guests joining us. We've done a great job all year long of getting a stacked list on YouTube, and we have that again tonight. And you know the deal here. We continue our ride on MLB's YouTube channel with one more game to go after this one. It is live and it is free. Tell your friends. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel. Over 2 million have done it. Also, click the bell icon and you'll be notified when the next free game is coming. We're live for YouTube TV customers too. Go to the MLB pop-up on the channel guide. And 2 more on the team with me tonight. Former Ray BJ Upton, former Dodger Nomar Garciaparra, and the pitching pairing features Blake Snell. Welcome back. We'll get more on that in just a moment. Ross Stripling was scratched for the Dodgers. Instead, it is Caleb Ferguson. Nomar, why the change?
Well, I think Dave Roberts is taking the page out of the Tampa Bay Rays, going with an opener. But realistically, you mentioned, it's all about preparing for the postseason. Ross Stripling, if he's going to be making this postseason roster, he's going to be coming out of the bullpen. So Dave Roberts is electing to go with Caleb Ferguson to start and bring Ross Stripling out of the bullpen so he can get ready for the postseason. Caleb Ferguson now making his second start of the season, hasn't made a start since April. Back then, he went 2 2/3 innings, only allowing to earn run. He does have an ERA over 5, but look for Ross Stripling to definitely come into this game.
And BJ, for Snell, it's his first start since July 21st. He won the Cy Young Award last year. How does he prove to us tonight that he's on his way back?
You know, big start for him tonight in a situation where his team needs him. If he can establish his fastball in the inner half of the plate and back that up with his off-speed pitches, I think we'll see the Blake Snell and the Cy Young winner that we're used to seeing.
Also has that mean curveball in his arsenal. Now, the numbers for him this year are not as pretty as they were last year, although many of the peripheral numbers are very similar. A bit more unlucky this year, too.
Yeah, but even if you look at his innings and being out since July, he's still got over 100 innings, and he's bordering 150 strikeouts still after missing that much time. You gotta look forward to it.
He'll have some run support, too. The Rays have been pouring on the runs lately. What's been the key to their offensive attack?
You know what? Anytime you can have a good leadoff guy like Tommy Pham to set up Austin Meadows and let him be himself and drive in runs, that's what you need. And this guy's young. You can see he's having a great year for these guys, and hopefully they can keep him going and they can ride his bat into the playoffs.
His manager, Kevin Pash, said that he is as important to this team as any player that they have on the roster, and the damage has been heavy, especially since mid-August. He's been one of the best hitters since August 19th. You look at the ranks, tied for first in homers and RBIs, second in runs scored, tied for first in doubles, and the OPS is best in the American League. He's riding a 14-game hit streak, which is the longest active streak in Major League Baseball. We know the big superstar on the other side. He's the MVP candidate, Cody Bellinger. He's cooled off a bit. What have you seen from him lately?
Well, I'll tell you, Cody Bellinger has been outstanding this season. I mean, he is setting incredible offensive records for this Dodger franchise, and we're talking about a historic franchise in the Dodgers. But when you look at the first half, it was an incredible first half when you look at those numbers with those 30 home runs, but definitely has cooled off a bit. I think he came into the season in the first half was trying to prove something. Let's not forget, last year in the postseason, he was a platoon guy. If a lefty was in there, he was not starting. He wanted to make sure he can prove to Dave Roberts that he belonged there and against lefties. Definitely improved on that. So he had a point to make. I think in the second half, he's definitely has cooled off. He's looking to get back on track. But listen, he was an MVP candidate. He hears the chants regularly from the crowd. But I'll tell you, right now that Christian Yelich is definitely out for the season, Anthony Rendon is having an incredible season, kind of quietly over there in Washington, but definitely a key part to that club, and especially with Bryce Harper out.
We'll talk about that MVP conversation, and let's dig deeper on the Dodgers right now and bring in the fourth member of our crew, Alana Rizzo.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. While the Los Angeles Dodgers clinched their division relatively early on September 10th in Game 1 of that 3-game set against the Baltimore Orioles, the work certainly is not done for the 7-time National League West champions. They want the first seed in the National League. You can see the advantage they currently have over the Atlanta Braves. The Braves 5.5 games out of the best record in all of baseball. But if this team does happen to make it again to the World Series for the 3rd straight year, they're looking at the Yankees and the Astros as far as the best records in baseball. The Yankees, the overall best right now, 99 and 53. The Astros just a half game back behind those guys. So certainly a lot of work to be done in the final 11 games of this regular season, guys.
Lineups and first pitch coming up. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube featuring the Rays and the Dodgers. Let's go.
And the Dodgers strike first.
And the Rays take the lead.
Forget about it. He has ended the night.
Gone. Home run for Meadows.
The first career walk-off home run for Will Smith. How do you like that?
Kiermaier to the wall, and he got it. Wow, what a catch.
Muncy hits a towering fly ball to right. That one is gone.
Charlie Morton just continues to get better and better.
What a magical night. From down 8-3 to win it 9-8.
Rays win! Rays win! Rays win! Devon Joy comes through here in the bottom of the ninth with a 2-run single, and the Rays walk it off.
It's Bellinger's turn.
And this one gets through. Down from third comes Kiermaier with the winner.
The bases clearing double for Cody Bellinger, who's going to need a new belt.
It's gone! It just clears the wall! A walk-off home run for Travis d'Arnaud, and the Rays win it.
And he's got another.
Rays win it on the fan walk-off.
Forget about it. Muncy saves the Dodgers tonight.
That's a base hit into left.
Troy gets the wave. He'll come around to score on a Little League home run.
And the Rays will win it.
He struck him out. And he sneaks out of the bases loaded jam to left out a 2-1 win.
Awesome job from Kenley Jansen.
Swing and drive. When this lands, Rays win. Rays win. Rays win.
Dodgers walk it off again.
The Dodgers have won it again in the bottom of the ninth. This time it's Russell Martin, the hero. Still comes through, and Sogard scores, and the Rays win it 1-0 in 13.
Oh, we're ready for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube in Los Angeles. It's the Rays matching up with the Dodgers, and things just got a little bit tighter in the American League wildcard race. 3 teams for 2 spots. The Rays, 90 wins last year. They're up to 89 already, so they'll surpass that number by far. But Kevin Cash's squad is looking ahead and see the Oakland A's ahead of them. They look behind, they see a Cleveland Indians team that just won. These are the updated standings. Indians 1 game back of the Rays, who are 1 game back of the A's. If the regular season ended today, the wild card game in the American League would feature the A's and the Rays in Oakland. And the starting 9 for Kevin Cash's Tampa Bay Rays: Tommy Pham, and then Austin Meadows. Travis d'Arnaud is the catcher batting 3rd. Ji-Man Choi hits 4th. Matt Duffy, the 3rd baseman, 5th. Joey Wendell 6th. Willy Adames plays almost every day. He's been a consistent force for them in the 7th spot. Kevin Kiermaier's back hitting 8th, and Blake Snell will be in the 9th spot on the mound for the first time since mid-July. We'll see him in the bottom of the 1st. Let's start with Caleb Ferguson, and they make a change going with a lefty instead of a righty to start this game.
Yeah, originally it was supposed to be Ross Stripling making his start, but instead Dave Roberts ended up changing the whole thing because he's trying to prepare for himself for the postseason. And Ross Stripling, if he makes that postseason roster, will be coming out of the bullpen. So he decided, said, let him get used to that. Let's stick him in the bullpen, and let's start the game with Caleb Ferguson. Now for Caleb Ferguson, this is just his 2nd start of the season. His first start was way back in April against the Milwaukee, where he only went 2 2/3 innings. Now, we're talking about this Dodger team that is getting ready for the postseason. But at the same time, we have a lot of players who are trying to compete and trying to make that postseason roster. And Caleb Ferguson is the one that is trying to go out there and prove that he belongs in that roster. So not only is he starting, but it's also an important outing for him.
And let's go. First pitch fouled off. We are underway in LA between the Rays and the Dodgers. Tommy Pham facing an 0-1 count. Second player in Rays franchise history to register 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases in a single season. One other player did that in Rays franchise history. 3 times, actually. He's sitting next to me.
Oh, man, I was waiting for you to bring that up.
Oh, you know we were going to.
Yeah,
as we had to.
I was trying to downplay it, but I just knew that you were going to bring it up.
Well, I also bring it up because Tommy, right after that game, when he reached 2020, said, I better give a call to my friend B.J. Upton. Did he call you?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I think we actually sat down and talked that night for a little bit. But, yeah, man, I know Tommy well, and obviously I congratulated him and happy for his success and happy he's doing it for the Tampa Bay Rays.
He's taken his game to the next level since joining the Rays last year around the trade deadline, coming over from the St. Louis Cardinals. 3-1 from Ferguson. It'll be 3-2. .291 the on-base percentage, a little over 39%. Since joining Tampa Bay last year. They've been doing a lot of winning since he joined the squad. Turns on it to the left side for Chris Taylor at the hot corner tonight. Tough throw. Tag is there. Hey. David Freese, nicely done in the air.
I think we might have a review. First out of the game.
17, Austin Meadows.
No.
Well, looks like you got a shoulder there. David Freese early on over there, just going, okay, I'll come off the bag, make the tag. As you mentioned, Chris Taylor over there at 3rd base. Justin Turner still kind of nursing an ankle issue for the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are in a position where they have that luxury, especially a guy as important as Justin Turner is to this ball club, that if you're dealing with any ailment, that let's just be extra cautious to make sure you can get it as close to 100% as you can. We have another look and a great tag over there by David Freese. So Justin Turner over there watching his teammates and cheering them on.
Yeah, it's always good to be healthy for the postseason. Like you said, with the position that they're in, there's no need to rush Justin Turner back. I think you let him get fully healthy, and you bring him back and you get ready for October. I mean, that's the whole point of playing the season is to play that last game of the year. So
And I mentioned as close to his 100%, because at this stage, nobody's 100%.
Exactly.
I always used to laugh when everybody's like, "Oh, are you trying to get back to 100%?" I'm like,
I've been 100% since March.
I used to say I wasn't 100% until I was 5 years old. Last time I felt 100%. Let alone, gosh, when you start the season, you're like, just going out. Everybody right now is sore and hurting, but you hope you're in the position that both these teams are in. Because being in the position where one, for the Dodgers, being in the postseason, that gives you an extra adrenaline to play through September, knowing that you're going to be in the postseason. And then for the Rays, playing to try to get to the postseason gives you that adrenaline, and that's what carries you through the September.
Absolutely. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Austin Meadows, and he takes upstairs. Why Chris Taylor at third base tonight, Alana?
Well, the reason is, of course, Justin Turner not in the lineup today because of that ankle. And obviously, Chris Taylor has come up as a middle infielder. And until this year, Max Muncy wasn't really known for his defense, guys. But Dave Roberts saying earlier today, obviously they know that Justin Turner is going to be back. This is not a guy that needs a ton of at-bats to get back into the swing of things, of game action. When he comes back, it makes a lot more sense for Max Muncy, obviously, to go back to second base, and Chris Taylor likely to go back to the outfield.
A base on balls for Meadows. Yeah, this is not Turner's first rodeo, so you wouldn't be as concerned with someone like him coming back and getting a week or so of swings versus, say, a rookie that goes down, someone like Alex Verdugo, who is doubtful even for the National League Division Series. You'd be more concerned about how his at-bats would look after missing significant time. A strike to d'Arnaud.
You like to see Travis have some success. You know, he had a rough patch in New York, kind of bounced around, was a Dodger briefly. Now he's a Ray. He's just having a great year, especially as a catcher. You know, you don't really see many catchers with that type of thump, and he's sitting on 16 right now.
5 days as a Dodger and then purchased by the Rays on May 10th. He had 1 plate appearance with LA. He's taken off with Tampa Bay. Feasts on left-handed pitching too.
And it's great for Travis because, yeah, obviously he was over here with the Dodgers, as you mentioned, just 1 plate appearance. But it's also nice that, I mean, the Dodgers have incredible depth. I mean, you know, I've been around the Dodgers all year long, and that's something that we talk about on a regular basis, the depth they have, not only here at that big league level, but also the minor league level, where these guys come up and just seem to perform and fill in whenever a guy is either injured or not performing as well. It's pretty incredible. But now to give Travis an opportunity to go over there, go into Rays, a place where he was going to play. Obviously, may not have been getting that much playing time here with the Dodgers, and then see him succeed. So definitely happy for him. Definitely key to him finding a good place for him to go out there and show what he can do.
Runners going. d'Arnaud sends it to center. Racing in Bellinger and stops with plenty of time to haul that one in. It hung up for him. And there are 2 gone in the first.
First baseman number 26, Ji-Man Choi.
There's the Dodger defense. The Gold Glove winner, A.J. Pollock, playing next to Bellinger in center. Kike Hernandez in right. Infield, Taylor and Seager left side. Muncy and Freese right side. Ferguson playing catch with Will Smith tonight. And they're hoping for 2 innings from Ferguson and then on to Ross Stripling.
I love it. It's always hope. But at the same time, too, if you're Caleb Ferguson, you also are going, okay, I'm glad that not only am I just starting over here, and I mentioned you're vying for a playoff spot, but you're also facing a heart of a lineup, good hitters, and going out there and showing what you can do.
He handles this lineup well. Works around the walk to Meadows. Ji-Man Choi bounces out to first, and we're moving on to the Dodgers half of the opening inning. Rays and Dodgers scoreless. MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, BJ Upton, Nomar Garciaparra, and Alana Rizzo. And Cody Bellinger coming soon for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's hitting 4th tonight, playing center field. And last year, Nomar, you mentioned there were issues for him against left-handed pitching. I think he figured it out.
Yeah, this was something that he ended up working on in the offseason. I mean, he made it a point to come into this season and prove that he is an everyday player, that he is not a platoon player for this Dodger organization. I mean, he also recognized the way Dave Roberts, the way that, and I mentioned the depth earlier, the way there's depth in this organization where you can have guys that you can afford to platoon a guy like Cody Bellinger. He was like, no, not on my watch. I want to make sure that I am an everyday player, and I need to prove it to Dave Roberts and this organization that I can hit lefties as well as righties. So he worked hard in the offseason, mindset, mechanics, everything to have a different approach, and it has paid dividends. And we're obviously talking about an MVP at the end of this season, definitely in the hunt, in the running, and amongst the tops, especially with Christian Yelich now being injured.
Bellinger cleaning up before him, Freese, Pollock, and Taylor. After him, Muncy, Hernandez, Seager, Smith, and maybe Ferguson.
If he's doing well, he'll hit.
Same story for Blake Snell. We'll see if he's going to hit tonight. ERA at 4.28. Welcome back. First start since July 21st. They're hoping for 3 innings from him, but 2 would be fine.
Yeah, 2 would be great, especially scoreless. But you look at his numbers right there, man. He's got explosive stuff. 136 strikeouts, only 35 walks, I think it was. That's Cy Young material. So obviously he's been rushed back a little bit with the lack of minor league season for him to pitch, but I think he'll be ready to go.
First, it's Freese who does his damage against Southpaws. First pitch for Snell since mid-July on a major league mound. It's a strike up in the zone. Didn't go around, a ball and a strike.
I thought it was really interesting. We got to talk to Kevin Cash. We were asking him about Blake Snell. We're going, okay, so, you know, what are you looking for? How long do you expect him to go? And he's like, well, almost like hopefully an inning, maybe 2. We'll kind of wait and see. And I found it interesting how he said this is the first time they've actually had a guy come in and where he didn't have at least 75 pitches or build up to 75 pitches in the minor leagues before he actually comes back after a rehab or injury to pitch at the big league level for the Tampa Bay Rays. But they don't have that luxury.
No more games to play in the minor leagues.
Minor league season is over.
2 starts in the minors. They said the second one was much better, nibbling a bit on September 7th. On the 12th, he was sharp.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, yes, we want to make sure our guys are ready. Let's build them up to 75 pitches. But then it's another thing going, okay, we're trying to make the postseason, and it's Blake Snell. I'm going, I don't want to wait for 75 pitches. I want him to pitch at this level.
Yeah.
They'll take 2 or 3 great innings if they can.
I think from the start his velo seems to be there, and you know it's right back to where it was.
Third consecutive year he's using the fastball less and the curveball more. His curveball still great, but not as elite as it was last year. Got him on the 2-2.
Left field, number 11, A.J. Pollock.
The sweet Snell of success. Their words, not mine. June 4th through the 25th. An ERA close to 12. All of the rest of the starts, 2 earned runs or less in 13 of them. A .269 mark. Strikeout to walk ratio exceptional. That number that stands out to me is the bottom there, average on balls in play. A bit unlucky. In the air, Choi in foul ground retires Pollock.
Number 3, Chris Taylor.
At the top in the open, BJ, you were talking about one key is him able to establish that fastball. I know you might mention that fastball in the inner half, but it really doesn't matter where it is, right? If you establish that, then it sets up for that breaking ball.
Exactly. If he can establish that 94 to 96 and throw his breaking ball off of it, it's going to be a tough night for the Dodgers.
Chris Taylor filling in for Justin Turner.
And I also think what makes him so good, it's not max effort. You know, it's nice and easy. And it kind of lulls you to sleep, and then it's on top of you.
He gets as much swing and miss as any pitcher in the game. What would be your game plan for him, BJ?
It's a tough question, man. I haven't played in a while. You know what? I mean, that's probably a better question for Nomar. But, I mean, you have.
What are you talking about? I have not played a lot longer than you have. Are you kidding me?
What you're telling me is there's not a great game plan when you have the highest swing and miss rate in a single season since 2002 when they began tracking this number.
I mean, you have to look for his fastball, right?
Well, you'd say he wants to establish fastball. You do have a put-away breaking ball. I'll tell you, for me, I'm going, I do not want to get to 2 strikes.
Exactly.
I am looking early. Like, there are some pitchers that you go up and you say, I'm going to look in my zone and be able to look for that and then do the damage? Or am I going to go out there, maybe take a 2-strike approach right from stepping into the batter's box because I don't want to get to 2 strikes, and Blake Snell's one of them.
Well, so far the game plan not working. The first 3 batters, a couple strikeouts, and a pop out in foul ground. Blake Snell is back. It's time to play a little game courtesy of the Dodgers. Some of their players were blindfolded and asked, what's in the box? Let's see how they did.
This is What's in the Box. We blindfolded some of the players and had them try to identify what was in the box. Take a look and see how they did.
Is this heavy machinery?
It's not in the box.
Is it a cat toy?
That's a cat toy.
What? Oh, oh. Oh, it's one of those toys for like I don't know, like a cat.
이거 뭐라고 말해?
What is it?
Cat toy. What?
Whoa! That's kinky.
Thanks for watching What's in the Box.
Kenta Maeda was great. So was Justin Turner. For more great Dodger content, including exclusive player interviews and behind-the-scenes footage, be sure to subscribe to the Dodger YouTube channel at youtube.com/Dodgers. And for in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary. The Rays account, the Dodgers account, select group of YouTube creators. MLB is in there. They're going to add to our thoughts during the broadcast. You can view that commentary on your mobile phone, computer, also on your smart TV. We'll be keeping an eye on that discussion throughout the night. For example, Made the Cut goes, this Dodger team has versatility in spades. The Thin for the win says, sweet smell of success. Love the pun. Thanks, everyone.
You used that earlier.
Well, I got it from the graphic. I'm just the messenger. Here's Matt Duffy, who missed the first 103 games of the season with a hamstring strain. And more Caleb Ferguson.
And for Caleb Ferguson, like Blake Snell, it really is establishing the fastball as well. I mean, Caleb Ferguson last year, he came out and he had a really rough major league debut where he had to start against Pittsburgh, got beat up a little bit. But then when he got called back up and he came out, and then he came out of the bullpen, it was a different Caleb Ferguson. It was unbelievable. It was outstanding. The way he attacked hitters, the way that fastball, the way he established that, and then his breaking stuff would just seem to fall off the table. He was really an integral part for this Dodger bullpen down the stretch and into the postseason. And now the Dodgers are looking for that guy to come back just like that. You got the fastball that he established early on against Matt Duffy, and then he has that put-away breaking ball to get that swing and miss. And that's something that Rick Honeycutt has told him to go out there and attack hitters, and that is something early on in this year when he got called when he was here in the big league level, he wasn't doing that. It wasn't the same Caleb Ferguson that we saw last year, but down the stretch right here, as we're saying, battling for that postseason roster, this is what he needs to do.
13 fastballs, 8 curveballs so far. Alana, what else do you have on Caleb?
Well, one of the things that you guys were just talking about, establishing that fastball for Caleb Ferguson, has been so important. But of course, it's all of the other off-speed stuff, his secondary pitches that he can play off of that fastball. And one of the things that Caleb told me about the curveball in particular was the way that it sounded. He worked with Charlie Huff at the minor league level about getting a whirl, if you will, as far as the way that the curveball sounds coming out of his hands in the delivery, basically around his ear line. He said, once I had that sound back of the curveball, I knew that effectively my mechanics and my delivery were where they were supposed to be.
I love that. A ball and a strike to Joey Wendle, using his ears to improve his mechanics.
Everybody always thinks it's visual, right? What do you see? What do you feel? Oh, you know, there's see, and then there's feel. And then you forget, what do you hear? And BJ, you and I both know, it's like when you're in the batting cage, right? It's not always like, oh, how do you feel? Did you see the ball? It's like, oh, how did it sound?
Exactly. There's something about the sound of that bat, and you just know. You know when it doesn't come off right. So I can understand exactly what he's saying about the pitcher.
I remember one time coming out of the batting cage and our manager going, hey, Nomi, how'd it go in there in the batting cage? I'm like, didn't you hear it?
Spots the fastball to Joey Wendle. The count is full after striking out Matt Duffy to start off the second.
I just used to ask the guys that walked in the cage if they bring their earplugs with them.
I'm about to make a lot of noise, right?
Confident bunch.
That was the plan going in there. Now, I didn't always make a lot of noise. Some days it was a grind.
Right.
But the idea was to go in there and make a whole lot of noise.
Julio Urias is going to get some work tonight. Payoff to Wendle. Got away from him. Slips out of the hands. And that's a one-out walk.
We talked to Dave Roberts before the game, and we were asking about Caleb Ferguson. He's like, listen, I'm hoping for him to go 2 innings, and then I can bring in Ross Stripling. And then he's going, but at the same time, I also have to prepare that he may not be go 2 innings. And if it's maybe an inning, a third or 2/3, and maybe I might have to get a guy that might bridge the gap to get to Ross Stripling, I might have to be ready for that as well. So I think we see Julio Urias. There's also a few guys that he feels that he wants to see coming out of the bullpen today. You know, obviously Ross Stripling being one of them. But I think Dylan Floro might be another guy we might see coming out of the bullpen. Obviously, we got Julio Urias already warming up. We'll see if he either comes in now early or maybe later in the game if he gets up twice. And there's a couple of other guys that he may want to see.
I tell you what, if you're Dave Roberts, you have some tough decisions to make coming down this stretch, man. I definitely wouldn't want to be in his position.
Runners going, and here's the throw to second, and it's a little high. It sails away. Grabbed by Muncy, but unable to slap on the tag, and a stolen base for Joey Wendle. 8th on the year.
Yeah, that was an impressive jump by Joey Wendle, because that wasn't just first move. Look at that. He actually waited. There was something that he was able to read off Caleb Ferguson that he knew that he was willing to wait. That also tells you how Caleb Ferguson might have a little bit of a slower move there, that he knows that I could have waited and I didn't have to go first move and still have enough time to get that stolen base.
You know, a lot of the time stealing bases, man, pitchers will give it to you. They fall into repetition, and if you just really watch their motions and what they're doing, a lot of the times they'll give you the base without even knowing it.
Wendle stole 16 bags last year, an outstanding rookie campaign. Injury-plagued sophomore season. I mentioned Wendle hurt for a good chunk of the year. Adames, one of the only players you've seen consistently in the lineup all year long for Tampa Bay.
And speaking to Kevin Cash, he wants to be out there every day. You know,
that's a balk. Wendell's moving to third.
I mean, Kevin Cash told us earlier today that he had to almost force him to take days off.
Definitely the block. No argument from Caleb Ferguson. He was starting. Look at that front leg, like he was starting, then steps off. Now putting even more pressure on himself, where now you have a guy at third base and less than 2 outs, and Dave Roberts electing to get the play to infield in. It's interesting. You don't often see that in the second inning where they're going, all right, let's get the infield in. It could also be where Dave Roberts might be wanting to work. Like I said, the mentality, you and I touched on it, BJ, before the game. It's a different mentality for both managers. One is preparing for the postseason. The other was trying to get to the postseason. So for Dave Roberts, might be going, here's the situation. Let's play him in, and let's see how everybody handles this.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're going to try things, now is the time. You have a nice cushion. You're probably going to get best record and home field advantage. Now is the time where you see what you have going into this thing.
Adames to right, and safe at home is Wendle to break the ice for the Rays. A sac fly for Adames. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay.
Heck of a throw by Kike Hernandez.
I say this is just deep enough. What people may not know is that Kike Hernandez has an unbelievable arm in the outfield. I tell you, the Dodgers over the last few years have had the luxury of a right fielder by the name of Yasiel Puig. You know, Yasiel Puig was out there at right field for quite a few years for the Dodgers, and his arm that we saw was incredible, and obviously gets traded. But if you would ask a lot of the Dodgers and even the staff, they're like, oh, is the best outfield arm Yasiel Puig? They would say, well, I'd have to argue that Kike Hernandez may be the best arm out there. So it's obviously not known out there because Kike plays so many different positions, but his arm is incredible. So that was a great jump. It was deep enough, and obviously he made it really close at home.
So the first balk of Caleb Ferguson's career creates a chance for the Rays, and they capitalize, make it 1-0, and knock out the pitcher.
Hey,
Julio
Kike
Urias
can dress
coming
too.
in next.
Kike can dress too.
Yeah, he's got style, he's got an arm, and I'll tell you, I always joke this. I said, obviously we have gold gloves at different positions, right? My argument is, why don't they give a gold glove for a utility player, right? And they never put that out there. And more and more we see guys play different positions, because my argument is, if they did, Kike Hernandez would win an awful lot of them.
Sign me up for that. I'm with you. Okay, so it's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, and if you're new to the party, there are many ways to catch the action. You can watch on your mobile phone or on your computer. You can also stream the games using the YouTube app on your smart TV, Roku, Apple TV, PlayStation, Xbox, Chromecast. Many ways to watch and hook it up to your TV as well. Phone, computer, we're all over the place. It's free and it's streaming all night long for you. A 30-minute post-game show as well. And the race to October is here. Watch the MLB postseason with YouTube TV. YouTube TV is over 70 channels of live TV, including every postseason game. It also comes with unlimited cloud DVR storage and 6 individual accounts for the household at no extra charge. You can add your favorite teams to the library so you don't miss a moment of the action. Setup's easy. It only takes minutes. Get ready for the postseason and watch live with YouTube TV. Try it free now. The Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, BJ Upton, Nomar Garciaparra, and Lana Rizzo.
But Nomar, what I was getting at, you got to ask him about the short set overalls. Would you please ask him? Because I really wanted to ask him today, but I didn't see him. But I have to ask him what's up with the short overalls, bro.
Yeah, I actually haven't picked his brain about that either. I tried to block it out of my mind. Is the reason why I've kind of left that away.
And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do. That I do.
Urias this year, mid-2 ERA. Last pitched on Saturday in Queens against the Mets. Gave up that 3-run double to Rajai Davis in the 8th inning to break the scoreless game. Dodgers took 2 out of 3 from the Mets and really helped to bury their playoff hopes. The Mets needed to sweep. They're too far out at this point. Kevin Kiermaier down on 3 pitches. Welcome to the game, Julio Urias. 1 for the Rays in the top of the second. A sac fly from Willy Adames. And we'll head to the last of the second inning with the Rays up by a run in Los Angeles. 1 more to go. Next week on Wednesday, Cardinals, Diamondbacks. Pre-game coverage begins 3 o'clock Eastern and noon out in Arizona. Special guests joining us right now, Rhett McLaughlin and Link Neal, our YouTube creators. They host a daily show called Good Mythical Morning. Watch this.
Right out the cloaca.
That's right. That's right.
Silent night.
The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out.
No. I think it's a foot of something.
Did I play with this as a child?
I really hope so.
From the most watched daily show on YouTube, Good Mythical Morning. Please welcome Rhett and Link in the booth with us for this half inning. Great to see you, bro. How you doing?
Good. Great to be here.
How was the on-field experience? I saw you guys down there before the game.
A little bit nerve-wracking, but we executed our plan. It was the old crisscross.
What's the crisscross?
That's when you throw at each other's catcher.
Ah, yes.
Well, we were trying to get our balls to hit each other, bounce off, and then go to our own catcher.
Well, that was plan A. Plan B was that they would miss, and then they would go a little bit into the dirt and then into someone's glove.
Did the catchers know that you were going to do that?
Well, we let them know. That was what the point was.
Oh, so, okay.
It wasn't just, we weren't trying to intimidate. We were just trying to communicate.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So my question, I mean, obviously, you guys have your show. Everybody's watching. You don't look too nervous when you're doing your show.
No, we're good at eating weird stuff.
Right, yeah. but this, on the other hand, is a lot more nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. I think Rhett put a lot of pressure on me. Look, we didn't even know where to stand to take a picture.
Yeah, we did.
We were so ecstatic.
I think we looked pretty good there, though.
I mean, I was thinking if our middle school coach, Ken Crow, could see us now, man.
Yeah.
The only way I got on base was getting beamed. I would get beamed on purpose.
Well, yeah, because I'm sure your middle school coach said, hey, listen, can you hit this guy, please? I don't recommend that to any middle school coach. But anyway, there are exceptions.
Right. He was like, hey, that guy at the plate, he talks too much.
Do you know what he was saying before the game about you?
That was executed well, though, before the game. Did you guys practice that first pitch, as the first pitch to Cody Bellinger, make that the second pitch, is outside, a ball and a strike from Snell?
No practice. There was just a very short, intense conversation right before we went out there.
Is that usually how it is on your show, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, no practice, just a short, intense conversation.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, just whatever happens, happens.
You know, we do that in the booth a lot, too, so there's no difference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to roll with it.
Right.
I mean, that is how we do our show, honestly. But it usually involves retching into a trash can.
You guys have a good view up here. What do these tickets cost?
This costs playing in the big leagues if you're Nomar.
Yeah.
Practicing at home forever if you're me. Priceless to make it here.
A lifetime of effort in fooling people. It's great.
Well,
just like you guys. See?
Yeah, exactly.
No different. Welcome to the seats.
We are kindred spirits.
We also have some people in the comment section, some team accounts, some YouTube creators. We'll take some of the questions you have for Rhett and Link as we continue on here in the bottom of the second. It's upstairs to Bellinger, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So let's talk about the show. Good mythical morning. Actually, I want to start with this because this is one of my favorite questions when we bring on a YouTube creator. Do you know your stats like a player would know how many home runs he has on the season? Do you know your YouTube numbers?
Yeah, they're a little less sexy than home runs, though.
Ballinger strikes out.
A 55-45 split, men and women, 60% located in the U.S. You know, it's that kind of stuff. It's analytics. It's data.
Wait a minute. That's baseball now, so it's right up there. It's no different. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's Moneyball, basically.
Because before it was just like, 30, 40 home runs, but now you're breaking it down. Like how many clicks, how long they're watching.
Yeah, we've got. We're approaching 16 million subscribers, which is crazy. 1,600 episodes of the show.
And in the middle of our 16th season of Good Mythical Morning, yeah.
And 35 years of friendship. We've known each other since first grade, so.
Oh, wow. And you guys and still get along.
Not really.
At this point, it's a business arrangement.
Oh, that's well played.
Let's get a few questions in there. Giraffe Neck Mark, being from North Carolina, what team did you guys root for growing up?
You know what? Actually, the closest team for us, it was somewhere. It was either the Braves or, I rooted for the Braves growing up because I was born in Macon. But then when we moved to North Carolina, we were still basically closer to the Braves than anybody else.
Right.
Yep.
So Dale Murphy was my hero.
Braves.
Oh, so that's why you guys get along, because it's the Braves. You got to pick something else. So like, I know we're friends, but let me pick another team.
I had the Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card.
Oh, there you go. See.
You know, so
why not Seattle?
The Mariners.
Yeah, you could have gone there. It's just too far.
A little too far.
You're already asleep by the time they were still playing.
We didn't know where Seattle was.
Yeah.
1-2 to Muncie. There's a rumor right now from Made the Cut going, Rhett holds the all-time basketball record for threes at his old high school in North Carolina. Is this true, Rhett?
I think it's true that he is somehow tweeting questions to plant this stat while he's sitting here.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's funny because I do the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, your Applebee's gift card is on its way. 77 three-pointers senior season at Harnett Central High School. Wow. But Link was, I will say, to give him some credit, in 8th grade, Link was the scorekeeper for the women's basketball team.
Fast-paced game. I mean, it was like it's tough. It's tough to write it all down.
Right. Well, when he's scoring that many threes, were you not the guy catching it once it went through the hoop?
I was watching from the stands.
Better question is, if you had that many threes, how many attempts in order to get that, man. Right? Is that a better question? Right. Like,
you know what? They don't keep up with that.
They don't keep that.
Yeah,
now they do. But
back in the 90s, they didn't keep up with that. Yeah. Percentages didn't matter.
Right. Their high school analytics department is much more advanced now.
Yeah. All right.
Here's one from the fumble. Let's do it after this payoff pitch from Blake Snell to Max Muncy. 1 out, nobody on. And another strikeout for Snell. He is on fire. 5 batters faced tonight, and he's fanned 4 of them.
This guy's almost as good as we were. Like.
Almost.
Yeah.
That's a great, almost. You're right. Don't worry about his hardware and his Cy Young Award last year.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure he could do the crisscross or execute the crisscross as well as we did, but
difficult.
He's throwing it much harder.
Well, it requires two people. So.
Right, yeah.
Honestly, watching this guy pitch, if you threw something in the air and you told him he had to hit it with his pitch, I think he could.
It's pretty
That's
impressive.
how good he is.
It's Kike Hernandez with 2 outs.
Well, so you guys have your show. You have different guests and different people come on. Favorite guests you guys have had?
I think I'd say Post Malone. Post Malone came on and rapped with us, and he told us he was a fan of the show, and we were like, oh, he's just saying this.
Right.
But when he came inside the building, he started calling our crew members by their name.
All right.
So we were like, I guess he is a fan.
Yeah, that made us feel cool. Jack Black came on the show and ripped the head off of a 2-dimensional cardboard Santa Claus that we had. It was an honor. The dude is a ball of energy.
Because you didn't think of that, and it was an honor because he did. I understand.
Well, this was an honor, guys. Blake Snell did so much quick work that we didn't have much time for you, but we really appreciate the visit, and thanks for stopping by tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Cool to be up here.
Listen, it was a great job. Great first pitch.
Thank you.
And listen, you can't beat this weather.
It's fabulous.
This is why we moved here.
Yeah.
Nights like this.
Watch Rhett and Link on Good Mythical Morning, weekdays on YouTube. Guys, again, thank you so much. We appreciate the time.
Thank you. It's time for Dance Cam, presented by Aerosmith.
Blake Snell doing what Tyler Glasnow has done for the Tampa Bay Rays since returning to the squad. 2 appearances, 2 innings in the first outing and 3 the second time around. 5 strikeouts apiece in each appearance, averaging over 98 miles an hour on the radar gun, touching 100 multiple times. And Tyler Glasnow is our next guest. We are moving here, Nomar. Tyler Glasnow joining us. Tyler, thank you so much for hopping on. How you doing today?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
How you feeling? Because those 2 outings looked electric for you. Did you just not miss a beat?
I think just the adrenaline of coming back and trying to contribute to this team has kind of helped me get that energy. It's definitely not the same as throwing in rehab games in AAA, so I definitely had some more energy, and I kind of just fed off that, and it was nice. Thanks, man.
That's funny because oftentimes I get asked, Tyler, this is Nomar. It's like people go, oh, rehab, what's it like getting in that environment? And I said, listen, you cannot simulate the big league game, right? It's a whole nother level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, too, like before the game, I have my routine and everything to kind of lock in, and it was definitely more difficult out there with like the AAA crowd. But obviously, too, like you kind of have to go out and get your rehab innings in, and not like an excuse or anything. But yeah, it was cool just to go down there and play with the AAA team, meet all those guys. I mean, half the team's up here now, so it was just cool to get familiar with all those dudes.
You know who else is looking good? Your teammate, Blake Snell.
He is. He's looking real good right now. It's so good to have him back, man. This is like the most perfect time. We're getting Chirinos back soon, too, so it couldn't have happened at a better time.
What's it been like in that clubhouse? I mean, with these guys, with yourself, Snell, all these guys just coming back and going, man, we're right in the hunt. We're there, going out there, especially down the stretch.
It's been amazing. Like I said, I mean, when you have guys like that out for so long, it's such a big advantage for them to come back. And I think just the energy of the team is so cool that we're all together and we're all so young and all close. And I think there's kind of not like a chip on our shoulder, but I think a lot of people at the beginning of the season didn't think we were going to do much. And it's just nice to come out and play well. And we're all just kind of feeding off each other. So it's been a really fun time.
Hey, Tyler, this is BJ. I want to ask you, how much easier does it make it to play when you know that nobody's really expecting y'all to succeed?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think a lot of it, like any professional athlete, I think you have standards you set for yourself. So I think even if you're on a losing team, a winning team, or just an okay team, I think you're always trying to go out there and compete and show what you can do. Every player here is trying to play as long as they can, so they know at all times there's eyes on you. So I'm sure it's different for a lot of players. I'm sure whoever you ask, you'll get a different answer. But I think for me in general, I'm always just trying to go out and compete as much as I can, regardless of the score, or inning, or whatever that is.
Michael Brasso, the pinch hitter. Blake Snell's day is done. Expected to go around 2 innings, and he did his job and then some. Brasso stays alive. Number 9 hitter for Tampa Bay. We're talking to Tyler Glasnow right now, so let's get a few questions from those watching on YouTube. made the cut goes Tyler. How many doorways do you bump your head on? That's all of you.
I'm 6'8". I'm like 7'2" in heels though. So, I don't know, quite a few. It depends where I'm at, I guess. Your traditional doorway is about 6'8" in the States, so if I'm getting the footing of the toe at the perfect time, I'll hit my head. But I think with my years of experience walking through doorways, I'm starting to get good at it now. So
you've got a crowd that's liking your answer too.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad.
Who's hanging out with you?
We got Willie Adames, G-Man Choi, Yarbrough over there.
Hey, do me a favor and go smack Tommy Pham in the back of the head.
All right, I'll do it for you. I'm going to run away really fast after, though. I'm not trying to stick
Paul
around.
Hoover I said what's up.
I will. I'll let him know.
Brasso down on strikes. Arias picks up another punch out.
I'm sure at 6'8", he doesn't have to reach real far. He
no. Just right from where he's at.
There you go.
We're showing the trade that brought you over here, Tyler. Coming from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Chris Archer moves to the Steel City, and you joined the club along with Austin Meadows and Shane Botts, who's still in the farm system for now in the minor leagues for Tampa Bay. So what was that experience like for you, and how happy are you to be a part of this team?
I mean, at the time, it was kind of a whirl. It was really weird. I mean, I found out I got traded on Twitter, or like TV or something. So I was like, which is like pretty standard these days. Yeah. So I was like, whatever, all right, I'm going somewhere else. But I mean, it's mixed emotions. You know, I was super excited to go have a new opportunity, and I was in the back of the bullpen in Pittsburgh. And right when I got traded, I got called by Neander, and they said I was going to start. So I was extremely excited. Obviously, leaving those guys, all really good friends of mine, I still keep in touch with them today. So, like I said, mixed emotions, but it was awesome just coming over, man. They embraced me with open arms, and it's such a cool dynamic on this team, and everyone's so young, like I said earlier, and it's just a really fun place to play baseball right now. And I guess us right now in the hunt is just not something I've gone through, and it's been honestly a blast. It's the most fun I've had playing baseball by far.
Hey, man, you remember facing me in Montreal?
I remember you facing you a few times.
Well, that's the only one I really remember because I think it's the only hit I got.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I walked you a few times down there, but we're not checking numbers right now.
No. Tommy Pham flies out, gave that one a ride to left center. And Austin Meadows coming up. So Blake Snell's day is done, and Tyler, we're showing the work that he accomplished this evening. Fastball looked sharp. Velocity is there. Did you guys talk before this one?
Throughout the week, we definitely talk. He's always my locker buddy, so it's nice to just kind of pick his brain. And when I got traded over here last year, he helped me with a few things, and it's just kind of a guy who was in the same position as me in the minor leagues coming up, and kind of the whole prospect thing, and just bouncing ideas off each other has really helped me. So, yeah, I mean, we talk all the time, and I know he's been feeling good. The last rehab outing he had was awesome, too, so he came into this one with some confidence, and as you could see, it played out, man. He's elite. He's got some great stuff.
Is there anybody else that you really picked their brain that really helps you along the way as well?
Absolutely. Charlie Morton's the man. He's the dude. He's like one of the coolest dudes I've met. I played with him in Pittsburgh, too. He was always older than me. I remember meeting him when he was rehabbing with the Pirates, and he's always been pretty awesome to me anytime he's looking at me now. Like, yeah, I do.
Isn't that fun when you're talking about it?
Exactly.
Especially a veteran, too.
Yeah. He's been unbelievable, though. And another guy, too, who's like extremely intelligent with the game, probably the smartest baseball mind I've met in a long time is Matt Duffy. I live with him right now, too, in season, and he's a really awesome dude to pick his brain. And I know a lot of the young guys definitely lean to him for a lot of stuff. So, but like I said, there's so many dudes on this team right now. I'm definitely going to leave someone out. I feel bad, but whatever. They'll get over it.
They'll survive. You'll get them on the next YouTube.
Don't worry about it. We'll let them know, and you have to pay for dinner.
Yeah.
Hey, ask KK why he looks so mad, too.
KK. He's locked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, man, relax, man.
That's the intensity, man. He brings it every day.
Yeah.
He's always locked in.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've got one for you from Dawson Wright going, Tyler, what is the biggest adjustment that you have made since being traded?
I would have to say it's definitely like a huge mentality thing for me. I think any baseball player, when you lack confidence, like that's not really a recipe for success. And I struggled a bit in Pittsburgh, and I think it was just not finding success for a while. I kind of put limits on myself, and I think just getting traded over, the fresh start, being able to start again, and then coming out and having a strong couple starts, it just reminded me of like how good I know I can be. And ever since then, and I think just really making the mentality and like the mental game a priority for me coming over here has helped me a bunch. So it's just something I've stuck with, and I've had some success with it.
That's good, man. I went through something very similar to that. when I was in Atlanta. I scuffled for the first 2 years and ended up getting traded to San Diego, where I had a fresh start, and I felt like I got the chance to start over and I got to be myself again.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part, dude. I think I was obviously young too, and I think like knowing yourself is a huge part of not only baseball but just like developing as like a man or a human in general. And I just didn't have like I guess I didn't really know myself then, and I think it took me some time. I think it took me to struggle to really understand that like you don't. It's not life and death. This is still a baseball game. Like you don't need to. Your like life value isn't based on how well you do as a baseball player. So I think figuring that out and just kind of coming over and trying to keep it relaxed and have fun, and there's not really a better atmosphere to do it in than Tampa. And I mean, our teammates and our coaches have helped me out with it so much, and just trying to relax and have fun, it's been huge. But you're right, man, like a change of scenery will do a bunch for a lot of people.
Tyler, this was awesome. A global audience this evening watching on YouTube. We really appreciate the time. Good luck the rest of the way. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. I've been trying to figure out where to look this entire time.
Hey, look up to your left. Up to your left.
You look great. You look great.
Hey, man, I'll see you next week, bro. I'll be out there a lot next week. Y'all finish strong, man.
All right, for sure. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Tyler Glasnow, with us. And we have a pitching change. Urias is out. And Dylan Floro coming in next. Austin Meadows, 2 plate appearances tonight, 2 walks. Busy night so far with the guests, with the pitching changes. You keeping up? With what? Exactly.
Hey, man, I think whoever scores the most runs tonight is going to win this game.
That's a good call.
Spot on. And I'll tell you, Dylan Floro is trying to eliminate that.
I know what they're playing for. The calendar turns and the action ramps up as baseball's brightest young stars take center stage. The MLB postseason begins October 1st. Go to MLB.com/postseason for the full schedule. The Dodgers clinching a 7th consecutive National League West crown, and the Rays trying to reach the postseason for the first time since 2013. They are wild card contenders for now, and they hold a spot as of today. This is Dylan Floro, and Dave Roberts told us, Nomar, I'd love to see him get in a game and face a difficult part of the lineup.
Yep, no question about that. And obviously, you're facing the heart of the lineup for the Rays. You got Travis d'Arnaud, who's going out there and has actually been outstanding for the Rays coming over that. This is your number 3 hitter, and then you got Troy behind him. And then you just missed Austin Meadows and Tommy Pham. But at the same time, we talk about a lot of guys. This is their audition to try to make that postseason roster. Dylan Floro is no different, and it was really interesting, as we mentioned, Julio Urias coming out there, and the time he came out there, obviously backing up over there Caleb Ferguson. I didn't think he was just going to face one hitter. Obviously saw him go out there and face more hitters out there and trying to find a spot that we touched on that. Ross Stripling is going to be in this game at some point, but he is trying to figure out when he can get probably that fresh inning to come into this game rather than just trying to bring in him just in the middle of the inning. So he's going, okay, Urias and then Dylan Floro. Here's a heart. Let's see what you got. I mean, it's really interesting, just the mindset. I'm telling you, if this was a game that really was on the line or maybe mid-season, he may not be making these decisions, but right now, as he's trying to make that playoff roster, he's probably going, okay, here, guys, I want to see how they handle certain situations, and I need to see if they're going to be able to succeed.
And what people need to understand, just because a guy doesn't make the first round roster doesn't mean that he's not going to make the second round roster. A lot of it's based off matchups and how your team shapes up against the other team.
And BJ, that is an unbelievable point. You are so right, and especially when it comes to the Dodgers. I mean, this is a team with incredible depth. I mean, we can look at right now the roster decisions that they have right now, right? You're like, here are the options. And all of those guys, when you really look at on paper, are all good options. All these guys have had success over the course of the season. But you're right. But I'll tell you what Dave Roberts and his staff and this organization does an unbelievable job at is communicating. And it's letting these guys know that just because you may not make maybe that division series, that you doesn't mean that you're not going to make over there in the next series or down in the World Series, that you still need to be sharp. You're still a part of the team. They make everyone still feel a part of it, even if they're not on that roster. And that's really what's so impressive. And these guys get it. As a matter of fact, there's even guys right now who are on the IL who are thinking the exact same thing. I may not be ready for the division series, but am I ready? Can I be ready for that championship series?
Meadows going for second, and the throw skips away from Muncy.
And Andrew Friedman has done a great job with that over the years, communicating with guys letting them know what their roles are. Obviously, Dave Roberts was a guy that was a role player, so he understands the importance of communication and being on the same page with your players.
12th stolen base of the season for Austin Meadows. Let's bring in Alana.
Guys, having a conversation with Travis d'Arnaud earlier today, I joked with him that he didn't have a cup of coffee with the Dodgers. He had a sip of coffee with the Dodgers before being traded over to the Tampa Bay Rays. And he certainly admitted that he was really pressing while he was here. He hadn't really swung a bat in a game situation for a year plus. And he said, I was trying to do way too much, trying to impress my new team, trying to fit in, really trying to get a spot. When he went over to Tampa Bay, even though he only has 6 years of service time, he's one of the veterans on this club. He said, certainly my shoulders came down from my ears. I was not nearly as stressed. A good opportunity for him, and obviously hitting the ball really well as a Tampa Bay Ray.
Hitting in the 3 spot in the order. That's right, Alana. He is loving his time with Tampa Bay. 16 RBIs in his last 13 games and goes after the 2-2. Flora records the punch out. And the Dodgers retire this side. 1-0 Tampa Bay as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. During their downtime on a recent road trip to the Pacific Northwest, Rays teammates Willy Adames and Guillermo Heredia got to know Seattle.
I'm here with Art and his
Hey! Wow.
Wow. My favorite part about the day off, you know, you get to see the cities and, you know, you get to know the culture, you get to know the people around here, and you get to see a lot of cool things like this, you know, with a nice view and with a nice company, you know.
Oh, I do fantastic, fantabulous, terrific. I'm so excited.
This is kind of one of my weaknesses.
I like cheesecake. Ice cream too. Vanilla ice cream.
He plays for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Tampa Bay.
He's translator.
My man, my translator, Willy Adames. My man.
This city is cool.
It's nice.
I like it.
This is disgusting. Wow. Too much. I love it. Yeah.
All right, thank you guys for hanging out with me and G today. You know, it was fun. I just want to say thank you, and I'll see you around.
No, thank you, Willy and Guillermo. To see more of this behind-the-scenes Rays content, including Adames and Heredia's adventures in Seattle, subscribe to their YouTube channel now. They have no fun, clearly, as you can tell. No hits tonight for either side. 8 of 15 outs in this game are strikeouts, and Max Muncy on this stolen base attempt might have hurt himself.
Well, trying to pick it here. It looked like the spike might have caught a little bit of his hand there, and obviously you see just kind of that grimace a little bit there with his arm there, as you see where when he kicks the hand, it might have been where the elbow kind of straightens out, where you almost get kind of a little bit of a hyper extension of the elbow, and maybe got a little bit of that hand. So they're just kind of checking on it to make sure he is okay. I think there's two things. You're frustrated that you felt a little bit of pain, and you're also frustrated that you weren't able to hold on to that ball, because if you do, then you're able to get that out.
Muncy just came back on Friday from a fractured wrist. Barely missed any time. 13 games, 16 days, and he returned to the Dodgers lineup. Oliver Drake next up on the hill for Tampa Bay.
I tell you what, when I moved from the infield, that was one of the things that I did not miss.
Blake Snell getting more work. They're trying to build him back up to be a 5 to 6 inning pitcher. So he did his job in 2 innings. The team is trying to compete while also working their starters back. So that meant a pinch hitter in their 9 spot. But Blake Snell still had pitches to go, and he'll use a few more in the bullpen. Strikeout of Corey Seager for Oliver Drake. Splitter specialist. He uses the pitch 60% of the time, 39% fastball, 1% slider.
And it moves different every single time.
Yeah, Corey Seager just chasing that high fastball, and you can see the frustration on his face after him chasing it up in the zone.
His work against left-handers. Ryan Presley best, and then second best in opposing OPS against lefties, Oliver Drake. It's Will Smith, and then Edwin Rios is on deck in the 9 spot. Four outfielders facing Smith, an extreme fly ball hitter.
Something we've seen on occasion against certain hitters. You know, for me as a hitter, and especially a young hitter such as Will Smith, I mean, if you're get called up, I mean, you haven't had that much time in the big leagues, and they're doing this to you already. This is something that would tell me something, going, all right, is there something wrong with my swing? Is there something that they're just kind of doing? Not that I'm trying to put that in my head, but I'm also going to go back and say, listen, I should be a guy more that should spray the ball around. And if they're doing this to me now and early in my career, is it me, or is it something I just got to say, listen, maybe I shouldn't worry about it? They're just going out there way ahead of it and kind of next level, that I shouldn't even worry about it, that I don't know why they're doing this? Or is it something that I really have to go look at once again and maybe alter some things?
Now don't do like me and hit into the shift. I mean, is it not frustrating?
Well, it's a battle. It's a battle for you as a hitter when you see it, and maybe if you're not used to seeing it against you, of going, okay, do I just go and now take out of my game and go the other way? Do I let it affect me? Do I just say, you know what, forget about it and stay with my game plan and just go about my business?
And I remember, socks it to left, and it's caught by one of the four. Kevin Kiermaier, the Gold Glover, out there.
And I remember talking to Joe Madden about this with David Ortiz. His whole reason behind doing it is he just wanted David Ortiz to think about it.
Exactly.
And once, I mean, David Ortiz played in our hand trying to hit the ball the other way, because we knew at any given time he could leave the stadium.
And they hadn't played him perfectly. Kiermaier going over there going, gosh, if I played him straight up, I might have had to run really far there. That was an easy play for me.
Christopher Negron is going to pinch hit instead of Rios. Plenty of options on that bench for Dave Roberts.
And I know they had Edwin Rios, and they were thinking about him, but at the same time, I think we might have seen Edwin Rios, especially with the righty out there on the mound, if somebody was getting on base, because Edwin Rios has some serious power. So he's probably going, listen, I can have a guy go out there and knock multiple guys in. Instead, going with Negron. Well, they're just trying to find to get guys on base. So hopefully the top of the lineup can possibly have an opportunity to have an at-bat with a runner in scoring position.
First at-bat since September 3rd. That was 2 weeks ago. Can you imagine, BJ? 2 weeks, and here you go.
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I've done that. Like I said, man, I mean, that's tough to do, though, to not having that bat in 2 weeks, and you come out and you get Oliver Drake. Go get him, kid.
Well, it's 0-2. Drake trying to sit down the bottom third of the order for Los Angeles.
Nomar, you ever gone 2 weeks without an AB?
When I was injured.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
To center. Kiermaier camps under it. 2 innings of Snell, 1 inning of Drake. The Rays pitching staff is perfect through 3 innings, and they lead 1-0. We're going to hear from Dodger manager Dave Roberts in just a moment. He is the first skipper in history to lead his team to division titles in each of his first 4 years as manager. Last year, the Dodgers win 98 games. They lose in the World Series. The year before, 104 wins. He replaced Don Mattingly in November of 2015, NL Manager of the Year in 2016, the runner-up in 2017, and there's the history for him. A 23-19 record in the postseason. And he's with Alana right now.
All right, guys, thanks very much, Dave. Nothing going really offensively from either club, but I know you're trying to figure things out as far as the bullpen is concerned for the postseason. What have you seen from your first 3 guys?
You know, I thought Fergie was good. I thought that, you know, obviously giving up the stolen base and the balk hurt us right there with the sac fly. I thought the stuff was good. Julio coming, I thought Julio threw the ball well, and then Flo right there facing a good hitter in d'Arnaud to clear the pitcher spot. Now we got Stripling here going for 3 innings. So we're in a good place right now, and it was good to put eyes on Snell. He's got a good arm and Cy Young winner, so for us to see him, he was kind of tough tonight.
And certainly we know when we play the Tampa Bay Rays that it's going to be basically a bullpen game. What do you need to break through that pen to get you guys on the board?
Yeah, you know what? I think it's one of those things that it seems like every inning you're going to see another arm. So you got to go out there and try to take good at-bats. And obviously there's not going to be a whole lot of familiarity. And just try to put at-bats together because it's a different model when you play the Rays.
You had mentioned Ross Stripling going to go probably 3 innings. You also said earlier today he is on your postseason roster. Coming out of the bullpen in particular, what would you like to see from Ross tonight?
I think with Ross, the nice thing about him is he matched up against lefties and righties. I think the curveball obviously is a big pitch for him. Locating the fastball, he gets lefties and righties out equally. So I think just attacking the strike zone.
All right now the difference in this game is sac fly RBI. Thanks for your time, Dave.
Thanks, Alana.
All right, guys.
Thank you so much, Alana. And Dave Roberts going with his 4th pitcher in inning number 4. Let's go over these options again. The postseason bullpen decision making that Dave Roberts has to do. That is a long list, Nomar.
Yeah, when you look at the highlighted ones that use as a starter or an opener this season with Gonsolin, Maeda, Dustin May, Stripling, Ferguson, Urias. Yes, it is a long list that they need to narrow down. So the interesting thing, and we were touching on it as well, and BJ made a great point. Just because you may not be on the playoff roster for the division series doesn't mean that you may not be on the roster for the championship series or the World Series, because Julio Urias is a perfect example. Last year, he was not on the division series roster, yet he was on the championship series and the World Series roster.
Ross Stripling was an all-star last year as he delivers his first pitch down to Ji-Man Choi. And then he was not on the postseason roster for any of the rounds for Los Angeles.
Crazy game, isn't it? And it also talks about, and I know we've said this tirelessly as covering the Dodgers on a regular basis, is the depth of this Dodger team. Shows the depth that they have. And we've seen it following the Dodgers on a regular basis. Just guys who get called up from AAA, who come in and have contributed. From guys who have maybe had stints in the big leagues and come in and done the job, and guys who are touching the big leagues for the first time.
We showed Stripling better as a reliever than as a starter going back to 2018. Strikeouts around the same. But coming out of the bullpen, a 2.16 ERA. He's auditioning, and they're going to see how they'll use him in the postseason.
Nomar, do you think some guys feel better in the bullpen?
Some guys have done better.
He strikes out
on this roster, and we've seen that, and they've seen that. One guy, for example, if you look at Kenta Maeda, who came over to the Dodgers when he signed as a starter, actually signed a contract that was very heavily based on his innings pitched, as we see this good fastball by Ross Stripling catching the corner, getting that swing and miss. And then we've seen him go into the late in the season and in the postseason coming out of the bullpen and just absolutely look outstanding. And I think that was one of the luxuries that the Dodgers have coming in this year. Kenta Maeda, starter majority of the season, but now getting later in the season, getting ready for the postseason, he finds himself back in the bullpen where he has seen incredible success in the past. And also, I think, was something that they thought about when it came to the trade deadline. Everybody knew that the Dodgers were looking for possibly bullpen help. They weren't just going to go out there and sell the farm in order to get that bullpen help. But at the same time, they also knew that in the back of their mind, there was a potential that they can possibly move guys like Ross Stripling, who's out there on the mound right now, and Kenta Maeda in the bullpen to help them down the stretch.
There's our first hit of the night. Matt Duffy connects to left.
And I think we both can agree those two guys could pitch in a lot of different organizations' rotation right now.
You're exactly right. They have. And I have to give these guys a lot of credit, because when you have the top three starters, such as the Dodgers have, when you got Kershaw, Buehler, and Hyun-Jin Ryu. And by the way, those guys, there's no particular order as far as how they're going to set up for the postseason. It's going to depend on their matchup, on how they actually set up that rotation. But you also have guys who have the versatility, the willingness, and the mindset to go out there and do whatever is asked, such as Ross Stripling, such as Kenta Maeda. These guys have just had an incredible mentality and desire to not only just win, but to go, whatever you need us to do, we will do for the benefit of the team.
And you know what? And that's a culture created within. And, you know, winners, when it comes down to things like that, you'll do anything to get that ring. And obviously that's what they're preaching over there in that organization. And you mentioned it earlier. These guys come up from AAA, and they know what's expected of them, and they fit right in because they know.
Top 2 ERAs in Major League Baseball. Maybe attributing to why we only have 1 hit so far tonight and a run.
Well, I think also Dave Roberts touched on it when he was talking to Alana. This team, the Dodgers, are an incredible team as far as preparation. Second to none. You know, they go out there, they prepare every guy on a regular basis. Well, now you're facing a team like the Rays. Now, granted, this is the third time they faced the Rays this year. Third opener that they've kind of, you know, in essence, an opener. I know Blake Snell is a starter, but obviously coming off rehab. But basically kind of an opener game where now it's not necessarily being able to prepare for a guy that I may face 2 to 3 times over the course of the game, where it's going to be a different look. And he touched on it. Sometimes you just got to go out there and prepare your at-bat. Can't really prepare who you're going to face, but just stay within yourselves. That's something the Dodgers are going to have to continue to do, look to do, because that may be also a formula in the postseason. Not every game, mind you, but there might be certain games where they are going to look and see different guys coming out of that bullpen.
Well, the Dodgers know how to develop their talent. Look at the rookie contributions, which includes Alex Verdugo on his bobblehead night tonight, but he's sitting out with an injury. Matt Beatty, Will Smith, Casey Sadler, Tony Gonsolin, the list goes on and on. Ryan Garlick, Gavin Lux, Dustin May, Edwin Rios. They had an epic 2016 draft, which included Lux, Smith, May, and Gonsolin. All key contributors to the 2019 club. There's Gonsolin, always picking Clayton Kershaw's brain. We'll see Gonsolin tomorrow starting for LA.
Yeah, these rookies have really done an amazing job for the Dodgers. I mean, Edwin Rios, Kyle Garlick, Edwin Rios, Gavin Lux, Tony Gonsolin, Dustin May, all of these guys coming up, and like just. You mentioned, BJ, the expectation. Like, they just come in and say, okay, I'm expected to go out there and just perform.
Joey Wendell up the middle. That's a base hit. Back-to-back knocks for the Tampa Bay Rays. And here comes Willy Adames.
Number 1, Willy Adames.
Russ Stripling there going with the off-speed pitch, but catching just too much of the plate. Going off-speed, looking for a ball to fall off more off the plate, down and away. Instead, catches too much part of the middle of the plate. Wendell doing an excellent job staying on that ball and just driving it right back up the middle.
You gotta love the splitter up in the zone, huh?
Every hitter, especially when something you can see early on, you're going, all right, I see that off speed, it's a splitter, and it's up.
Just swing.
A lot easier to make that adjustment, and it doesn't break as much when it's up in the zone compared to down.
No.
Adames drove in the only run tonight. He brought home Wendell in the second. I tried to find out why Willy Adames is a completely different hitter away from St. Petersburg. I asked his manager, Kevin Cash, earlier today. He just threw up his hands and said, I have no idea. Most home runs by a shortstop in a season in Rays history. He's one behind Brad Miller.
Hey man, Tropicana Field is not an easy place to hit. Lighting's different. It's artificial. It's not natural. Lighting's different. Backdrop's different. Maybe it's just not suitable to his eye. And once he gets on the road, it seems to be doing just fine. Nomar, you know, there's just certain stadiums that you just don't see well in.
Yep, and everybody's different. There are certain places that you may say, okay, I feel great here, and other people are like, I feel awful there, or vice versa. It's pretty amazing.
Weak lead is short, a chance for two for LA, and they turn it. Duffy's staying at third. Kevin Cash waiting on word if he should challenge.
They're challenging the play at first, because obviously here at second it was a clean turn over there. Max Muncy doing an excellent job turning that ball, and they're trying to see if he might have beaten that. And right there, it is really close there at first base. It's a matter of where is that ball prior to that foot getting there.
That is safe.
They might overturn this one. You see some of the Dodgers are actually just slowly kind of making their way back out there to the field, thinking, yeah, I think that might be overturned. But you no longer can do, and it's funny because Alana got on me a year ago, because the way I would do my scorekeeping in pencil, she would do it all on pen, and I'm like, well, nowadays with instant replay, you got to erase things. I was already writing 6-4-3, and now we got to change it up.
My move is I don't write anything until after I know that there will be no challenge. And safe at first is Adames, so it's a fielder's choice to erase Wendell. Duffy's at third. Instead, we have runners on the corners, and here comes Kevin Kiermaier. So the challenge success for Kevin Cash and company. Kiermaier struck out first time around. You saw him very serious, as you mentioned, BJ, on the bench. Well, he's been frustrated. He returned on Saturday from a neck strain, and it's been a nagging issue for him. Last 21 games, just 136 with 4 extra base hits.
Yeah, tough to hit with a neck injury. But that also speaks to what type of guy he is. Scuffling, team needs him, and he knows how valuable he is defensively.
One of the best in center field in the sport.
You know what? He's always had it, man. I remember being on a rehab assignment in Port Charlotte, and he was just an A-ball in right field, and having the opportunity to play next to him then. And Nomar, you know, you can look at guys and tell when they have it, and he was one of the guys that when I saw, I knew that he had it.
Most teams didn't know he had it because he was drafted in the 31st round, and he'll never forget it. Down on strikes, 3 pitches, and Ross Stripling pulls off the punch out. Strands 2 runners, and it's still 1-0 Rays over the Dodgers as we enter the last of the 4th.
Or stuck in one place.
Kyle Snyder, Rays pitching coach, coming up with Alana. Well, he's done a job. 2018, one of the top staffs in the game, and much better in 2019. First in starters ERA in the American League, second in bullpen ERA. Snyder was named pitching coach prior to the 2018 season, and he's standing by with Alana.
All right, Scott, thanks very much, Kyle. Thank you so much for taking the time. Today was all about Snell for you. What did you see from him in those 2 innings, 4 punch-outs in that work?
Really encouraging, considering that he's had 2 rehab assignments to come out and throw the ball the way that he did those 2 innings. You know, first time back in the big leagues after having, arthroscopic surgery was certainly encouraging.
How much about this for you was just getting through the outing health-wise versus necessarily the results for him?
I think that's definitely the bigger hurdle, but certainly, when he goes out and strikes out 4 and faces the minimum for 2, he's got to be pretty encouraged by that, and that should certainly build some confidence for him.
Oliver Drake comes in, does a nice job as well. So far, no hits given up in this one, albeit early. What has made this young relieving core so special for you guys?
You know what? They're all different. They all push one another. They love to be around one another. Stan Borowski, our bullpen coach, and myself are really fortunate to be around such a good group. They're talented. They're curious. They're open-minded about different ways that they can improve. And at the end of the day, they go out there and compete pitch for pitch. Every single night they get the opportunity.
Your manager, Kevin Cash, was saying that this is a young group of guys that certainly pulls for one another. And the fact that you're in the AL East, it's almost a competitive playoff game every single time you face the Yankees, every single time you face the Boston Red Sox. How much has your regular season prepared you for this final push as you guys try to make it into the postseason?
Well, I think there's a lot to be said for being raised in the American League East, and I think that there's a lot of invaluable experience that these guys have gained through the course of this year, not just this year and some of the guys last year, and I think it's certainly going to pay off down the road.
All right, well, best of luck and best of health to you guys down the stretch, Kyle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Alana. Pitching coach of the Tampa Bay Rays, Kyle Snyder, in his 2nd season. What a year it's been for the Rays staff. More Oliver Drake going up against David Freese. He struck out to start off the Dodgers portion of the 1st inning. Better against right-handed pitching, but in his career, burning lefties. How does that happen? Where you're crushing lefties your entire career, and suddenly he's better against right-handed pitching.
Could be a different angle. This game's hard.
It is hard, man.
It's just, all of a sudden what you're seeing, it could be some of the adjustments you decide to do that year, and because of those adjustments could be the way you're able to recognize pitches out of an arm slot of a certain pitcher.
To be honest with you, I always felt more comfortable against righties. It was the left-handed arm slap that got me. I just didn't ever really get a hold of it. But righties, I really had no problem. I'd rather face a righty than a lefty most times.
More repetitions against right-handed pitching. Freese doesn't bite, but it's a strike.
David Freese he's also a guy that once he gets it going, it doesn't matter if it's lefty or righty. The guy knows how to hit. He's a winner. He's clutch. We've seen him be clutch in the past.
And he strikes out again. 10 up, 10 down for the Rays staff so far tonight.
Lamar, in today's game, do you read too much into the strikeout?
I do, because I never like it. I think the one thing the Dodgers have done differently this year compared to last, where I think they've cut down a little bit on their strikeouts, at least certain hitters have. One, actually, we were talking earlier, possibly being an MVP, Cody Bellinger has definitely cut that out. I know people are like, oh, strikeout's okay. I never think it's okay. I never think it's easy to just walk back to the dugout. And I think now, I think people are more and more starting to see that. Well, maybe we should start looking at that. Guys who actually put the ball in play is better than guys who are just an easy out and walk into the dugout. And strikeouts are not okay.
I hated them also, but I knew I was going to do it 140 times a year. Once you wrap your mind around that, it is what it is.
A.J. Pollock bounces out on a couple hops. And a nice stretch at first by Ji-Man Choi.
Number 3, Chris.
Showing that flexibility over there.
Tough throw from Joey Wendell. Playing on the opposite side of the base. And the shift is on for Chris Taylor. The Dodgers now have the 8th lowest strikeout rate in baseball. The best contact team in the game this year, Houston, they have the lowest strikeout rate offensively. And as a pitching staff, they have the highest strikeout rate. That's a good combination.
Yeah, it is. And we actually looked a couple years ago, obviously, but Houston was right up there as well as far as striking out rates from an offensive side. I mean, they were one of the top lowest in all of baseball. Boston Red Sox last year also in the top in that category as well. So I think more and more people are paying attention to that and maybe changing that mindset that, oh, wait a minute here. They're not a good thing. They're not okay. That putting the ball in play gives you a greater chance of something positive to happen.
Especially in the playoffs when you're facing better pitching.
It's amazing. Come postseason, the most important distance is 90 feet. Every 90 feet matters in the postseason. Yet over 162 games, you're not always thinking about just 90 feet. You're thinking beyond that or past that.
Playoffs, it's every pitch, every base.
Taylor flies out to right.
Every line out like that, and unlucky when you're looking for a hit and trying to just get a hit in this game, and you put on a good swing like that, this game's tough because he did everything right and still had a negative result.
Don't you feel that? Oh, sorry.
So the Athletics, the Rays, and the Indians all remain in the thick of the AL wildcard chase, but who's going to advance to October?
The A's are hot. They hold on to that top wild card spot.
Rays win this one. The Rays continue to chase the Oakland A's.
A guy that can hurt you every time he steps up to the plate.
In to score, Arise. Adrianza behind him. Throw by Lindor to the plate. The slide out at the plate on a head-first slide and a tag by Plawecki.
And a fly ball hit back into center field. Lorenzo Cain going back at the wall. It is gone and it's over. Matt Olson with a walk-off.
There's a line shot, base hit. Past Ruiz into left. Wendell's going to try to score. Throw not in time. Rays win it on the fan walk-off. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Santana socks one high in the air. Deep left field. There she goes. It's a grand slam.
but this is a very tight race, as we talked earlier.
It's a special month. That's what we all play for. We all play for October, and we're doing the chase. We're chasing, and we all having fun. We're embracing every moment.
It's great. You know, we need this winning streak to get hot for the postseason and put ourselves in a good position to make postseason first off.
Robbie Grossman wins it for the Athletics. Carlos Santana with his 33rd of the year.
We're kind of in a fight here with some really good teams that are playing good baseball, so they can be very dangerous.
The fifth inning.
3 teams, 2 spots. The remaining schedules for the A's, the Rays, and the Indians. 10 games left for Tampa Bay and Oakland. Cleveland with 11 to play, and Oakland does not face any more contending teams. 10 games against clubs under 500. The Rays have 3 games against teams under 500, and the Yankees coming soon for Tampa Bay. Also 4 against Boston. They finished with 3 at Toronto. We'll go over those schedules with Oakland trailing 1-0 right now. Cleveland victorious tonight. This is Kien Wong, Colton's brother, pinch hitting for Tampa Bay. How do you think this thing's going to play out?
I don't know. I tell you what, the Rays probably have the toughest stretch. And I think any team that's contending for a playoff spot hates playing non-contenders, because they're all playing for a spot that next year, and sometimes they're the most dangerous teams.
We're seeing that tonight. Kansas City winning 1-0. 6-5 yesterday over Oakland. A comeback win, a blown save for the A's. Their league leading 30th last night. Liam Hendricks could not get the job done. That's as tight as it gets for 2 playoff spots.
To me, it's interesting. I think it depends on the mentality of your team. I think there's another way to look at it, in the sense where if you're a team that really likes to prepare and likes familiarity when it comes to your opponent, well, one thing, if you're the Rays, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get that down the stretch when you're facing the Red Sox and the Yankees. You know these guys on a regular basis as far as being in your division, and you know who's going to be playing compared to a team that's out of it, and you might be seeing AAA guys that are going out there and they want to see. So you may not be familiar with those guys. So that's one. The other thing, too, is if you're looking for that extra adrenaline and the extra thing to pull you down the stretch, as you know, every game's important. That's given in and of itself, but you can also feed off the environment when you're playing against a team like the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Wong rolls out to first. 1 gone in the 5th. And the Yankees are in a similar spot as the Dodgers. They're putting together their postseason roster, putting players in audition spots to see how they'll perform, working players back like Dellin Betances and Luis Severino. Severino starting tonight for the first time all year.
And it's a strong team, and like you said, they're in a situation similar to the Dodgers. They're obviously they're going to run away with the best record, and Aaron Boone's kind of in the same position as Dave Roberts. He's got some decisions to make. I mean, when's the last time we saw Giancarlo Stanton? I mean, that's a decision he's going to have to make. I mean, there's guys that have been injured that are becoming healthy, and guys that have performed all year and been great for that ball club that he's going to have to make some decisions on in the next week.
Kevin Cash has a decision to make if Brandon Lau can return for Tampa Bay. An all-star, Rookie of the Year candidate. He's been out for a long time, though. 0-2 to Tommy Pham. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's cut his strikeouts down this year and taken his game to the next level. This is what I'm talking about. Good luck getting him to chase. Leads baseball with a chase rate shy of 16%, his swing percentage by zone. You want blue outside of the strike zone. So if you're going to beat Tommy Pham, it has to be in the zone, which is a good thing for him.
Absolutely. Obviously, you can see by the season that he's having. It works.
Alex Bregman and Mike Trout, your MVP candidates in the American League. And he gives it a ride to left center. And that's caught. A.J. Pollock, a center fielder playing left and running it down.
Good problem to have, 2 center fielders out there.
You're right. For the Dodgers, it's actually really good to see A.J. Pollock kind of run this down. The reason being is he's been dealing with kind of a groin injury since coming off the IL. He kind of tweaked his groin right after he came off the IL. Then they kind of moved him over to left, kind of maybe see if that would also take some of the stress off his groin. Not only that, obviously with Alex Verdugo being on the IL, is this something that they might see in the postseason with Cody Bellinger kind of manning center field and then getting him some repetitions over the left field. One, he moved on that ball really well. Good read also being in left field as compared to center field. So definitely good positive signs for the Dodgers.
I'll tell you what, when I made the transition from center to left, it was a world of difference for the body. And I think we've seen A.J. Pollock's career. He's been injury plagued. And I don't think moving him to left field is a bad thing for him.
How was it for you then going from center and then moving to the corners and reading the ball off the bat?
That was the biggest adjustment. Catching fly balls from lefties from over there. Being blind to the righties pulling the ball. It was, honestly, it took me probably at least 2 months into the season to get really comfortable with it. I remember telling Andy Green 100% I can do it, but bear with me. You know, and it's not as easy of a transition as you think it is, but for a guy that's played center field, I think he'll do just fine over there.
Did you have to get used to yourself because you had such a high standard that, okay, my jump may not be as good as I usually am used to because of also reading the swing and already anticipating? It's almost reacting as compared to already anticipation based off the swing.
You know, you can't, it's tough to anticipate in left. You can anticipate in center. It's right in front of you. You can see every swing. But to anticipate in left, you're blind to a lot of it. And even off the lefty's bat, it doesn't always look like it's coming to you.
Tampa Bay goes down in order in the 5th. They lead 1-0 over LA at Chavez Ravine. Cody Bellinger has been an MVP candidate all season long, and here's a glimpse at some of his signature moments.
The MVP of the first half in both leagues right here.
Bellinger sends one to deep right center field. An explosion on opening day for the Dodgers.
Cody Bellinger has this one a long way out.
Second home run tonight. Bellinger swings, high drives, hit the wall, grand slam. Cody Bellinger. This one to left center, slicing deep, off of the wall. Bellinger's headed for third. He's got a triple. He's on his own planet right now.
The best swing in Major League Baseball.
It's gone. Second time for Bellinger. Bellinger hammers the ball. It's Bellinger's turn.
I like the fact that Bellinger's affecting the game with his bat and with his glove so much.
And at the wall, Bellinger pulls it back. Bellinger comes on and plays it on a bounce. Crawford headed for third. Bellinger's throw. He does it all. Opposite field base hit. Unless he can throw him out in time.
Tagging and going to third and out at third base. An unbelievable throw by Bellinger on the fly to third. And they get him.
Back it goes. There's number 100. Goodbye. Cody Bellinger with number 40.
First to 40 in the big leagues, Cody Bellinger.
What a year for Cody Bellinger, flipping the script in Hollywood. Last year, he sat in World Series games. Can you imagine Cody Bellinger sitting in a World Series game this year?
No, not this year.
No chance. No way. OPS north of 1,000. An MVP candidate in the National League. It looks like it's him against Anthony Rendon. Who's your pick?
I'm going to have to take Anthony Rendon personally. The batting average. And honestly, I think that he's doing it on a little bit less talented team.
You know, when you look at that graphic, I think the biggest number that really stood out is you look at the strikeout percentage. The fact that it has decreased that, I think that has really contributed to the success that he's had this year.
He's facing Colin Pache, third pitcher of the night for Tampa Bay. 25-year-old left-hander. Uses the fastball more than any other pitcher in the sport. Old school, 89% with the heater. Last two appearances, 3 runs across 1 inning. 4 consecutive misses to Bellinger. And a leadoff base runner for LA. Their first base runner of the night.
The 13, Max Muncy.
And here comes Muncy.
For Cody Bellinger, despite looking at his numbers, how they kind of tailed off for the second half, aren't quite as eye-opening as they were in the first half. He's still taking his walks, and obviously key for him here to lead off the inning.
Muncy wasn't feeling that first strike. Should it be 2-0 right now?
I mean, that shows off there, but I'll tell you, d'Arnaud did an excellent job. Kind of the way he caught that ball and the way he brought that in, got to give a lot of credit to him to get that strike.
Runners going. Here's the throw from d'Arnaud, and it's on a hop and not in time. A stolen bag for Bellinger. His 13th swipe of the year.
Great jump by Bellinger, just going on first move. This is what you need to do. You need to put some pressure on this defense. You haven't had any base runners on over the course of this game. You get the leadoff guy on, put some pressure. That's what you need to do. Now it changes this at bat for Max Muncy.
Feel like the stolen base is a lost art.
And I mean, the reason being is the way the balls are flying out of the ballpark. A lot of times are like, don't risk getting thrown out when you're already in scoring position when you're at first, or actually when you come up to the plate now. That's kind of the mentality. So yes, it is a lost art, but at the same time, often overlooked, because here's a perfect example. Max Muncy now, where he's thinking maybe a ball I need to drive in a gap. Now he's looking for something that he can at least pull to the right side.
And I'll tell you what, being traded to Toronto from San Diego, when I left San Diego, I had already had 20 bags. Like I run, that's what I did. I got to Toronto with all of those boppers and stay in place. Stay where you're at.
1 for 13 since coming off the injured list, 7 strikeouts, finding his timing again. Down 16 days with the wrist injury and hit. Well, Colin Pache might not be in this game for long. Not many strikes, and now a hit batter after the walk to Bellinger.
It's Muncy in that right tricep. And as he's going down, looks like he's just trying to get some movement in there. And I mean, let's not forget, he also kind of felt that left arm. Remember when he was going for that tag at second base, and he looked like he almost like hyperextended his elbow a little bit, and now it's the other arm that gets hit there.
Double ice bags after the game.
Yeah.
Now we're looking for, is this a bunt situation in the 5th inning?
Well, old school you would have, as we look back at what Muncy here on that play we were talking about, where he felt a little bit of a twinge here as his hand gets hit there. The ball comes in, and it see him kind of grab his arm a little bit, and now he's grabbing the other arm. And to BJ, yeah, I think in the past, it's interesting. Yes. Old school baseball, you think absolutely. How do you not square around the bunt and move them over, especially in a game like this? I mean, here we are in the 5th inning. You're down by 1 run. It's interesting. Postseason, yeah, you're looking at
100%.
But right now in the season, we're not seeing that in modern baseball, where they're thinking about squaring around and bunt. You're not thinking about moving them over. You're thinking about, well, here's a potential for a big inning, or this guy can drive him in, or I'm going to give myself at least 3 chances to knock the guy in from second base.
Absolutely. I mean, for me coming up, this would have been automatic.
Yep.
They're like, the manager didn't have to tell me. Third base coach didn't even have to give me the sign. I went to the plate. I knew what my job was.
No outs, 2 on. Kike Hernandez. Dodgers searching for their first hit.
That goes against everything we just said.
It's funny because even when the pitcher stepped off, you saw Kike kind of square around. It was almost like, or I'm going to act like I'm going to bunt, let you know, or put it in your mind, but I'm not bunting. No. I am not going to do this. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to swing.
Are we the only ones that didn't fall for it?
Yeah. No, I think everybody knew it. Like, he's swinging.
One of the best weapons in the sport right now is Nick Anderson warming up for Kevin Cash. We showed you the numbers for Hernandez against left-handed pitching, much better against southpaws. You wonder if Cash should be bringing in Nick Anderson right now, who's a right-hander, and he's been one of the most dominant relievers in the sport.
And there are times where we've actually seen going, okay, if everybody's thinking that he might be bunting, all right, I'll let you swing once because they're going to throw it down the middle. But after you get that strike on you, now I'm going to give you, now I'm going to put on the bunt. If you didn't see that there, they're going to keep swinging.
I used to love going to the plate in a bunt situation, and Joe told me before I leave the dugout, hey, take a pass at one.
Yeah, take one. Right,
take a pass
let
at
it go.
one.
One, two. Driven to left. And hooking foul. Pache walks Bellinger, plunks Muncy, and he's ahead of Hernandez 1-2. A little check swing, it's going to stay fair, and Choi's going to step on the bag, but hey, does the same trick as a bunt.
Just as good as a bunt.
Bellinger to third. Muncy's up to second.
Corey Seager.
And now Corey Seager with a chance to at least tie this game, if not do more.
I think we might get the intentional right here.
On a lefty-lefty matchup?
Oh, it is lefty-lefty.
Smith on deck. Seager struck out in the third. He loves the first pitch.
Tell you what, the Los Angeles Dodgers have been really aggressive at the plate tonight. A lot of good passes on balls.
They played a tight game on Sunday against the Mets. Late comeback. And they got to their best reliever, Seth Lugo, in the 9th inning. Infield in for Seager.
This pitch just off the plate, and this is one area where Corey Seager, over the course this season, has done really well, and that's what at bats with runners in scoring position, here hitting nearly 300 over the course of the season. Big at bat here.
Smacks the 2-1 to left. Now backing up his fan, and it's over his head, and it's bouncing over the wall. A ground rule double will plate 2, and the Dodgers snatch the lead.
And Nomar, that is a prime example of what we were just talking about in left field.
Not being able to read it, but also, I'll tell you, it's also a prime example of when we were talking about bunting and moving guys over. Yes, Kike Hernandez did not bunt, but his check swing acted like a bunt. It also changes the at-bat for Corey Seager. Corey Seager now is looking for a ball that he can drive in the air to at least get a sacrifice fly. Now it sets his sights, he lays off the ball low, gets the ball up in the zone, and is able to drive it and drive it over his head. It changes the entire at-bat and ends up being a positive. One, at the very least, it was going to get a sacrifice fly. But instead, you get 2 RBIs out of it and take the lead.
It took 16 batters for the Dodgers to find their first hit. And it gives them the lead, 2-1. Hot start for Will Smith in his first 28 games. Slumping in his last 18. They often had him hitting 3rd or 4th when he first came up. A rookie catcher hitting in an important part of the lineup for the Dodgers, and now they've moved him down. Just missed.
With that double here, it's the same thing for Will Smith. He has the same approach now that Corey Seager just had. He's like, all right, I don't have to go down at that pitch. I'm looking for it. I can separate the zone. Now that we already got the lead, let me get something that I can possibly drive in the gap.
2-2. Waiting on deck is Jed Jerko, added around the trade deadline. And Sunday's big man for LA. Chris Taylor sets the table. Punches one off the wall, ends up on second. And then Jedd Gyorko bringing him in and giving the Dodgers the lead 3-2 in the 9th. And they go on to win and take 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Now that's a team that some squads are happy not to see come October. The Mets have DeGrom, they have Syndergaard, they have talent in their rotation, and they won't be there.
They will not. I was really kind of looking forward to the Mets getting back to the playoffs. That's how I was growing up. You just knew the Mets were going to be around. It's been a long time.
Washington holds the first wild card, the Cubs second, and Milwaukee making a push without Christian Yelich.
I don't think Milwaukee's going to get there.
No? You've got Washington and Chicago? Yeah. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up to Smith. Seager on second after bringing home 2 with the ground rule double. And you wonder if Kevin Cash is second-guessing himself with Nick Anderson still in the bullpen. Was this the time, the critical moment in the game, to bring in one of your best weapons?
Well, I think at the one time he's thinking, okay, am I going to bring it in for Kike Hernandez? And he's probably thinking, well, maybe Kike might bunt, so I'll just keep in the guy, the lefty, so I can face Corey Seager, so I have a lefty on lefty. And then I also have to trust him that at least he may be able to get through the righty. He did. So I think he had the matchup against Corey Seager. And Corey Seager came through, and good pitch there against Will Smith.
He strikes out Smith. And now 2 down for Gyorko.
And he wanted that up, but he paints that corner down and away. Yeah, he missed the spot, but that was a good miss.
And here comes Kevin Cash. So now it's Anderson to face Gyorko with a runner in scoring position and LA leading 2-1. Hey, during an August road trip to Texas, Clayton and Ellen Kershaw hosted the Dodgers Fantasy Football Draft Party.
Hey, Zeke's good. We're drafting. He's got a wrist. He's got a Juju Smith-Schuster. Trojan.
I'm not going to throw out any shame on anyone. That's not needed, but I think it's pretty obvious I had the best draft. I was the most prepared. I got the best players.
Let's go! Keenan Allen. I knew it. Great pick.
I think Belly had the worst draft. I think Jock had the second worst draft. And I think my team's in the upper echelon.
Well, you know who had a bad draft? Walker Buehler. Walker Buehler had a really bad draft.
What happened to not throwing your teammates under the bus?
Yeah, it's well deserved by him. Everyone else was good.
Devonta Freeman. Oh! Script's good at fantasy. He's got a good moment. You mean that was all me?
I think I had a good draft. I feel good about it. I feel like everyone did well. Bellinger reached for some people in classic Bellinger form. But really, everyone put together a pretty good draft. I think it'll be another competitive year.
You like it? Yeah, nice job. Thanks, man.
I mean, honestly, like from my perspective as a professional, and probably like the most apt in all of this round table, we're probably going to win. All right.
Many GMs on the Dodgers, and to catch new episodes of Backstage Dodgers every Friday throughout the season on Spectrum, Sportsnet LA. Also, catch up on Backstage Dodgers content that you may have missed on their YouTube channel, the Dodgers YouTube channel at youtube.com/Dodgers. And Matt Beatty will bat instead of Jedd Gyorko now to face Nick Anderson, or make that Chaz Rowe. 32-year-old right-hander ERA a few shades under 4. A couple updates coming in. We spoke about the Yankees and working some of their pitchers back. Devastating news for Dellin Betances, a partial tear of his left Achilles tendon. Just got back from the injured list, and he's down for the year. And that's a strike from Rowe. Also an update to the NL wildcard standings. Milwaukee victorious tonight, so they are now even with the Cubs. 82 up, 69 down. And the Nationals at 83 and 67 with a game-and-a-half edge. That's a good race.
Yeah, but when you're missing your MVP, it's kind of hard to finish the job. And Joe Madden has a way of rallying the troops and getting them going for games like that.
Madden is missing Javi Baez, and Anthony Rizzo is out for at least another week. It's a weird time of year with all the injuries that we've seen in the game.
If I was a betting man, I think they'll be back before then.
It's 0-2 to Beatty. Right back to the pitcher Rowe. Just into the game to clean up the inning. But 2 runs come across for LA. Bellinger and Muncy come home on the Corey Seager 2 RBI ground rule double. Dodgers 2, Rays 1. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. There's Cody. And Muncy behind him. Corey Seager with the Dodgers' first hit of the night. Oh, so timely.
Dodger fans, again, a little tricky here. So you might have to help Larry at the end, okay? How many of you still know where the baseball's at?
For in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Rays, the Dodgers, and a select group of YouTube creators. They're going to add to our thoughts during the broadcast with a unique viewing experience which you can catch on your mobile phone, computer, also in the living room on your smart TV. We'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the night. Comments flying in. Made the cut goes, Seager is a consummate professional hitter. And the Dodgers account in the comment section saying not a bad way for a team leading 40th double of the year. Sports Gaming Universe says 200,000 people witnessing the first Dodgers hit. Well, come on back for Wednesday's matchup with the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks, our final game of the regular season. Exclusively on YouTube. Pre-game coverage begins 3 o'clock Eastern, noon Pacific. The Cardinals leading the National League Central with a really strong second half. And the Diamondbacks made a surprising push after trading away Zach Greinke. Pedro Baez time for Dave Roberts and the Dodgers. The 31-year-old being asked to use his changeup more, Nomar, and he's doubled his usage this year.
Well, that's not just being asked. I mean, Pedro Baez has definitely recognized that his changeup, he has really worked on it, and it has really been his go-to pitch. He's also just had the confidence at throwing it. What's really amazing that what we've seen this year for Pedro Baez is him actually shaking off to his changeup in the past as a hitter. If you saw Pedro Baez shake, you were going, great. He's shaking off to a fastball. Here comes a fastball, because that's what he relied on. You can no longer do that as a hitter, and that is what made Pedro Baez so much more effective. The confidence that he is willing to throw that changeup and throw that changeup in any count.
I tell you what, facing him, it was never really an easy AB, but he was a 2-pitch pitcher. And as a hitter, when you can go up with an approach where you can eliminate a pitch, that makes the bat that much easier for you. But now, like you said, now that he's added that 3rd pitch and he's using it more, it just opens up more doors for him.
He's on a good groove right now. 3rd lowest OPS against him this year. 7 straight scoreless appearances. Most recently saw him on Sunday, a 15-pitch, 1-2-3 inning in the 6th against the Mets. And he's got d'Arnaud down 0-2.
And for Dave Roberts, if you're looking for the guys in that bullpen that he would go to those high leverage situations, it would be Pedro Baez, it would be Joe Kelly that he has no problem going to. Doesn't matter righty or lefty coming to the plate.
You know who we should ask about all these bullpen decisions the Dodgers have to make? President of Baseball Operations Andrew Friedman is joining us after this half inning.
And he'll say, I don't know. It's a lot of lists.
We have a week and a half to figure it out.
Yeah, he does.
That's a good line.
Knowing Andrew Friedman, he's probably already got it mapped out.
These two teams met up back in May in St. Petersburg and split a 2-game series. It's the Andrew Friedman series. Former GM of Tampa Bay.
Yes, I was fortunate to work with him for a number of years. Obviously, he took over the job when we made our big run, and very, very hands-on with the players, man. He likes to get to know his players. I know we saw the fantasy football reel right there, and he was right there with the fantasy football team. He's that type of GM, man, and he wants to make sure that his players are happy.
Is there extra pressure on the actual president of baseball operations, the guy that's running the roster, to win a fantasy league like that?
Everybody's coming for him.
In the air left side, Taylor making the call. Floats in and makes the catch for out number 1. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Up to Ji-Man Choi. The knock from a fan perspective on Pedro Baez is how long it takes for him to deliver a pitch.
That's the knock on him with hitters, too.
Lulls you to sleep.
Oh.
Over 30 seconds between pitches, which is actually not the longest mark in baseball. That's number 2. Number 1 belongs to a player on the opposing side, Emilio Pagan, 31.4 seconds between pitches.
That's how your defense falls asleep.
At least the outings lately for Baez have been quick. Many of them 1, 2, 3.
They've talked to him about that. They have, over the time, tried to speed him up and told him about trying to get into a rhythm. And it's funny, I know it may not seem like it, but that changeup has helped, to be quite honest with you, because there was a lot of doubt that he had when he was out there. So he was shaking off a lot. He was looking at the pitches. He was wondering if that's the right pitch. But now that he has another pitch that he's confident in outside of his fastball, it has allowed him to go, yep, that's it, or that's the go-to one, or I have confidence in it, or I'll do it, to try to speed it up to some degree.
And speaking to catchers and talking to catchers, there's not a better feeling than being behind the plate and know you can put down anything that you want.
Choi goes long, and the Rays even the game at 2. Number 16 on the year for Ji-Man Choi.
Am I supposed to be neutral
as a commentator?
Yes.
Yes, so you can say he got lucky. I'm just kidding. He puts a good swing over there. That was a mistake by Pedro Baez. You look at this ball, he wants it down and away. I mean, you can't get more center cut than that pitch right there. Big league hitters are going to make you pay.
When we're just talking about that off-speed pitch up.
When it's up, it doesn't break as much. And get out of the way.
That's missed. Bellinger and Baez bump into each other. Ball hits the grass. Matt Duffy reaches.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why position players yell at pitchers right there.
On this ball, usually the pitcher's supposed to get out of the way, and that's what Pedro Baez is supposed to. I don't know if there's also frustration after you give up a home run and say, okay, I'm going to get this, but you have to get out of the way. You have to allow the position player to make the play. The only time really is when it's maybe just a really soft little liner right at you at the pitcher's mound and no position player can get to it. Other than that, you get out of the way and you let your position players make the play.
It's either move or stay where you're at.
Yep.
The error against the pitcher. Freese knocks into him and catches that back pick and almost had Wendell, or Duffy that is. Difficult sixth for Baez so far. Started off nicely with a pop out. Then Choi delivering his third home run in his last 5 games. Duffy on board on the error. A walk, a stolen base, and a single for Wendell. He scored the first run for Tampa Bay in the second.
This is the challenge right now for a pitcher. He's going, okay, you gave up a home run. And then you just give up an error. After you give up a home run, you make your pitch, and now you have an out, and then you're the one who's in the win. You know you make a mistake there, and now you're trying to make up for both of those. You're trying to atone for them. Now you're trying to do too much. It's about settling down. It's a battle. Then yourself to go out there and now focus to make those quality pitches and try to get out of this inning.
The home run he served up was the first off his changeup this year.
That's how effective it's been. We were just talking about how confident he's been in that changeup. The fact that that was the first one, and you can see that was definitely a hanging changeup right in the heart of the plate.
And to go back what you said about, you know, he gives up the home run. He makes the error, and now he's trying too hard. You can't, once it happens, it's already done, and you can't get it back. You know, the only thing you can really do is focus on what you have right then and there. And right now he's in a little bit of a dogfight. But I also think these are the pressure situations that Dave Roberts was talking about earlier that he wants to see guys in.
Runner going. And we'll do the 3-2 again. Tight game against a contender. could mean an appearance for Kenley Jansen tonight. Wendell up the middle. There's one. That's as easy as it gets for two. But we're tied on this Ji-Man Choi solo shot. Number 16 on the year. Rays 2, Dodgers 2 in Los Angeles. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, Nomar Garciaparra, Alana Rizzo, and our own BJ Upton should remember this fondly. Here's a look at the Rays' improbable run to the American League pennant in 2008.
Well, here, truly the crowd is the 10th player on the field for the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays with a 5-run lead need one out.
Down the left field line. Longoria on the run. He gets there. The Rays are going to the postseason. In 2008, 9 does equal 8. Rays win. Rays win. Rays win.
And I was like, you know what? If we battle and keep battling, we're going to do it.
Sox down to their last strike.
The 2-2 pitch. The Rays are going to the American League Championship Series for the first time. The Tampa Bay Rays have won the American League Division Series.
Experience versus exuberance.
Breaking ball popped up, right field. Perez at third, tags. Here comes the throw. It's up the line, and the Rays have tied the series.
Upton hit it just deep enough. And Garza allowed 2 hits to the defending world champions. He leads with the lead and a tip of the cap.
And now we get ready for the 9th. And who is on the mound but young David Price.
Price pitches. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The Rays are 1 out away.
How does a 22-year-old stay within himself in this moment?
Swinging a ground ball to second. This should do it. Hockey has it. Takes it to second himself. This improbable season has another chapter to it. The Rays are going to the World Series. Rays win. Rays win. Rays win.
Andrew Friedman, the Rays Director of Baseball Development in 2004 and 2005, and then 9 seasons as the Executive VP of Baseball Operations, 4 postseason appearances, including that 2008 AL pennant, and then the Dodgers President of Baseball Operations since October of 2014, leading a squad that just keeps on winning division titles. And he's joining us in the booth right now for this bottom of the 6th, which features Gavin Lux, AJ Pollock, and Chris Taylor. Getting that headset on in just a second. The rookie Lux with a pinch hit appearance. It's 2-0. And we're ready to go. Andrew Friedman joining us right now. Thank you so much for joining us for this half. How you doing today, Andrew?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so let's start with the man we're watching right now. Gavin Lux replaces David Freese at the top of the lineup for the Dodgers and swings through. It's 2-1 against Chaz Rowe. What went into the decision to bring him up, and how good does he look?
Yeah, I mean, to Gavin's credit, he kind of forced our hand just the way he played. Double-A and Triple-A this year, he did everything he could to put himself in position for this, and so we spent a lot of time debating it. And from our perspective, you know, for us, if we were going to bring him up, it was going to be to play. And it wasn't clear how that was going to play out, and we had some injuries and things that kind of opened up and materialized for him to get this shot.
What has impressed you so far in this short stint here at this level?
I mean, the thing that
and he rips one to right, but that's fouled off.
The thing we expected was just the quality of a bat. There's a calmness to what he does in the batter's box, and you know, we've seen that all through the minor leagues. Even as he's gotten more physical and added more power to his game, his ability to conduct an at-bat is elite. What he's added defensively has been great as well. The exchange at second base is really impressive. I mean, he's a really, really good athlete, and it's shown in a lot of different facets of the game.
If Muncy doesn't get hurt, is he on the Dodgers?
It's a good question. It happened like 4 days before we had to figure it out, and we were kind of still debating it. My guess is yes, but it was still going.
There's Max. Coming back from the broken wrist. He came back very quickly from it.
He did. He was chomping at the bit.
That's ball 4 to Lux.
Right there might be the perfect example of what you're talking about, right, Andrew?
Yeah, just off the plate. Yeah. Reminds me of a young B.J. Upton.
No, we were just talking about me striking out 150 times a year, so that was not me.
What was a young B.J. Upton like?
As talented as he gets. Just his ability to take to the outfield immediately. Just walking over here, I saw some of the highlights from 08, and I'll never forget BJ and Fenway for those 3 games, and just that whole 08 run. Obviously, BJ was a huge part of it.
It's fun times, man. Fun times. Yeah.
BJ, what was Andrew like during that run?
You know what? Andrew was not that much older than all of us. So it was kind of a weird situation. It was almost like he was on the team himself.
That's good. Looks like we might have a pitching change here for Kevin Cash and company. Do these games hold special meaning to you on a personal level because it's a franchise that you spend so much time with?
Yeah, obviously I still watch them with the time zone advantage. I'll be in my office at 4 o'clock and kind of turn on the Rays game, and a lot of people who are still really good friends of mine there, and so I'm rooting for them and getting a chance to see a bunch of familiar faces today. We also had a weird 2-gamer with them earlier in the year, and it was strange. It was strange going back to Tropicana Field and walking by. I'm sure you went through it as well, walking by the home clubhouse on the way to the visiting side. But a lot of really special memories and great people, and it's a very meaningful part of my life.
Here comes Nick Anderson, the 29-year-old.
So what can you say about the culture? I know a big part of what we did was internal, and we all believed each other, and we created a culture that I feel like is still kind of carried over now. What is it that you preach to those guys in there?
It's interesting, and coming in 2006, my first year at GM, I don't think I fully appreciated the value, the importance of that dynamic in the clubhouse, and watching it in 08, and obviously some of the moves we made after 07, watching it take hold in 08 and almost be a 10th man, and just the way that the guys came together and how to help fuel us when we were in Seattle. I was actually talking to Ron Porterfield earlier about this. In early August, Crawford and Longoria go down the same weekend series against Seattle. And if we didn't have that, my strong belief is that we would have folded up and gone exactly where people expected us to, which was, to the bottom of the pack in the AL East. And so coming over here, my first off season, I spent a lot of time on the phone and talking to people that had been here, that were here. And to a man, everybody talked about how important it was for the culture to improve. And so that was, the number one thing on kind of our to-do list. And as you guys know, it's not something you can just flip a switch. It's something that takes time, and it's organic. And we made some changes, and we continue to kind of nurture it. And when we got Chase Utley in August of 2015, I think that was the first real step towards that. Obviously, Dave Roberts coming on before 16, the coaches, just the whole culture and environment changed, and it became about just relentless competition and guys feeding off each other. And I think it's gotten better and better each year, but I also don't think it's anything that we take for granted. And so we continue to try to nurture it and grow it and just appreciate the importance of it.
And it's working. We showed 7 consecutive division titles. Number 7 coming about a week ago. How is the celebration? Is it still just as sweet?
Yeah, not only are guys good at baseball, they're also really good celebrators.
They've had good practice.
And it's important. This is the ultimate of what you could accomplish in the regular season. You celebrate it, you enjoy it. It doesn't change anything about what our focus is after that. In fact, during it, everyone kept saying 3 more celebrations, 3 more celebrations. So to a man, I think the focus and the intent on winning a championship is as high as I've ever seen.
So Lux walks. Pollock's 0 for 2 and swings through the first Nick Anderson pitch. Have you seen what he's been doing, too, for Tampa Bay?
It's absolutely incredible.
Now, who's still in this organization that you drafted?
It's a good question. They've turned over quite a bit. Snell. Adames we traded for my last year. Kiermaier. That's it in the starting lineup. They've done a really, really good job.
That bunt's popped up. Darno has the first out.
I was telling these guys earlier, I played with half of the coaching staff down there.
Chris Taylor.
I mean, this team has had more turnover than any in Major League Baseball. 68% of the 40-man roster acquired from other squads. They keep the front office pretty busy there in Tampa Bay, but it's been working. This club won 90 games last year, and they're at 89 this year. And a great test for your team in these 2 games.
No doubt about it. I mean, they can really pitch. It's a really good team, and you know what Eric Neander and Chaim Bloom and those guys have done is incredible. It's not surprising at all, but just the way that they have set this organization up for the current and for the future really speaks to how dialed in that whole group is.
Taylor flies out to center, and retreating to first is Lux.
Well, you were touching about, Andrew, how good this team is, and you were talking about the relentless competition that the Dodgers have. Well, there's still competition going on to try to make that playoff run. How good is it to play a team like the Mets that you just came off the road trip, and now, as far as Tampa, when it comes for decisions you may have to make when it comes to the postseason?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. And that Mets weekend series played out a lot like a playoff environment. Fans were really into it. The Mets obviously playing for their playoff lives. There was an intensity to it. Playing another great team in the Rays, I think it definitely helps, and it's something for us that we're trying to find that perfect balance between. Obviously, we want to win as many games as we can. We want to try to go for home field, but at the same time, not redline our guys and have it be at the cost of some rest and mixing it in. And I guess that is the benefit of having some talented players where we can give a guy a day and plug in someone, like a Matt Beatty or who, different guys that have stepped up and been such a big part of what we've done this year. And so I think all of our guys are so focused on doing what they can to compete pitch to pitch and doing everything they can to get on that playoff roster.
This guy's having a year, isn't he?
Not bad. Not bad. It's unbelievable. I mean, he's just out-athleting the game in so many different ways. And, watching him just kind of cut loose out in the outfield this year, he's done it off and on here and there. But to watch him do it basically full-time and just the instincts for the ball out there are incredible.
Right now, are you more comfortable with him playing center field than A.J. Pollock?
I mean, I think Belly is just our most gifted defender. Almost anywhere you want to put Belly, and he's got a real nose for the ball. And just A.J. coming back from the injuries. And obviously, we're just kind of feeling it out right now and seeing. But it's really a testament to Belly. His reads, jumps, routes, foot speed are top of the charts.
Now, he didn't start in some World Series games last year. He struggled against lefties down the stretch. How much did he use that as motivation?
For sure. I think he was disappointed not to be in there. We had a really good conversation in the offseason, and he really took it upon himself to really learn more about his swing, learn more about his approach and trying to marry everything up. So he spent a lot of time with Brant Brown and Robert Van Scoyoc. And in spring training, Dave Roberts and I sat down with him and we said, look, we want you to lead our team in plate appearances. So we know that you can hit lefties, and you just got into a couple bad habits last year that was hard to fix on the fly. You've had this offseason. You've committed yourself to this. Go run.
300 points better with the OPS against lefties compared to last year. I'd say that's an improvement.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when we got into middle, late August and he was scuffling a little bit more against lefties, we had a decision to make. Was, do we want to continue to run it out and bet on him to get better right now, or do we want to go out and get David Freese and just try to figure it out later? And I think it's one of those things that if we had a big lead, we probably would have done the scenario of letting them run it out, but we were 3 or 4 games back and battling every day, and so something that we decided to go with Freese, and now Belly's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, he has been incredible MVP candidate for sure. Andrew, thank you so much for the visit, and good luck down the stretch. We'll be watching.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
President of Baseball Operations, Andrew Friedman, with us. And having clinched their 7th consecutive division title, the Dodgers' dominance in the West has been something to marvel.
ball, left field, going under to Schumacher. He's there. He's got it.
And the Dodgers have won the National League Western Division title for the first time since 2009. Ground ball, right side. Barney diving stop, throws him out, and the Dodgers have won the National League Western Division title.
The Dodgers beat the Giants, their longtime arch rivals. The Dodgers have won the National League West, and the celebration begins.
Chopper to short, Seager, and that is how the West was won. The Dodgers, for the third consecutive year, win the National League Western Division title. That is something this franchise has never done before.
By the way, and the last home broadcast and game for Vin Scully.
You have given me enthusiasm. You have given me young at heart. Believe me when I tell you, I've needed you far more than you needed me.
This franchise to go back to back to back to back. We're one of a kind.
1-2 on the way. Got him looking. Strike three. And the celebration begins on the field.
For the fifth consecutive year, the Dodgers are the champions of the National League West.
0-2. Parra.
Swung on and missed, strike three.
And the celebration is on for the 6th straight year.
Cole, strike three. The Dodgers win.
A 7th consecutive division title.
Well, Andrew Friedman said it, BJ. This team knows how to party because they do it every single year. 7th consecutive division title.
I mean,
third longest run we've seen.
If I had 7 straight, I'd know how to party too.
It's all about reps, isn't it?
Yeah. Practice makes perfect.
More Baez in the 7th. 7, 8, and 9 for Tampa Bay. Starts with Willy Adames. Drove in the first run for Tampa Bay. And then hit into a fielder's choice in the 4th. To center, racing in Bellinger for out number 1. Most consecutive division titles in the divisional era since 1969. The Braves had an epic run from 91 to 05. The Yankees 9 years in a row up until 2006. The Dodgers from 2013 to 2019, and they're missing something at the bottom. A World Series ring. Last time they won, 1988.
Everybody wants one of those. It's the whole reason of playing. And isn't it amazing that some guys go their whole entire career and never get a chance to play in the playoffs?
That's why when people were kind of knocking the Dodgers when they obviously won the division, they're like, yeah, this is the 7th in a row. And they're like, why are they celebrating with champagne? You know, obviously it's World Series, or not just World Series or bust. Win the World Series or bust for the Dodgers, and they understand that. But they get it, but they're like, so why are you celebrating? You always celebrate. You never take it for granted because you just never know when or the opportunity, especially for these young guys. That is this the only chance? Now, you don't believe that it's your only chance, but you never take that for granted.
MLB.tv is now available at a lower price for $26.99. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand and receive access to MLB At Bat Premium. Visit MLB.tv for details. One out, recorded by Baez. Tommy Lasorda in the house. He led the Dodgers to their 88 title.
And I know even after they won it, after they clinched the division again, he told Dave Roberts, yeah, you haven't done anything yet. And Dave Roberts knows, I know, Skip, I know.
Waiting for the next one. And we do have an update. The A's win. They come back against Kansas City and improve to 91-61 on the year. That puts the Rays a game and a half back as of right now. And the Indians trail the A's by 2.5. Cleveland down a game to Tampa Bay. The Indians victorious earlier today. Adam Kolarek against Kiermaier. Comes over from Tampa Bay. 1 run allowed in 10 1/3 innings with the Dodgers, spanning 21 appearances. He's faced just 1 batter in 11 of those 21 appearances. Great year between Tampa Bay and Los Angeles.
Another guy in the bullpen that's come over and predominantly used as a left-handed specialist. But he's also one of those guys like, whatever you ask me to do. He'll go out there, he grabs the ball each and every time. And he has said, he goes, gosh, it was such an easy transition coming over here to Los Angeles. Obviously, there's nerves. You got a team that's going out there that has won 6 straight division titles, now 7 since he's come over and been a part of that. And obviously, it's World Series win or bust and that type of pressure. But he says, gosh, these guys were so welcoming and made the transition so easy for me. And he has truly enjoyed and thrived in that uniform.
And he strikes out Kiermaier.
Like you said, there's always, when you get traded, there's going to be those nerves and uncertainty, and you're going to wonder how you're going to fit in. Obviously, it's in the middle of a year, so the guys that you've been grinding with for the last 4 months, you're leaving those guys and going to a new team. And anytime you can walk in and immediately feel at home and everybody welcomes you, it does make it that much easier.
Well, the usual. 1 batter for Kolarek. And Dave Roberts making a pitching change. And Jock Peterson's going to enter the game.
This isn't just a pitching change. This is, you'd like to say a double switch, but it might be like a triple switch, because you got Jock Peterson going out there. You got Max Muncy grabbing a different glove. You got different guys kind of grabbing different gloves. I think you might see Bellinger going from the outfield maybe over into the infield. So there's going to be some movements.
So while we figure that out, let's look back for the Dodgers. They've appeared in the Fall Classic in each of the last 2 years. They've not won it all since '88, which we talked about. So let's revisit that magical 1988 run.
Blue skies, bright sunshine, and the World Series. The bases loaded, and Jose Canseco. And there's a drive to center. Back goes Shelby to the wall. It is gone. Grand slam home run. And look who's coming up. You talk about a roll of the dice. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. The impossible has happened. 0-2. High fly ball into deep left field. Back goes Parker on the track at the wall. Gone. 1 out away from a complete game, a shutout victory. Got it. 1 out in the 9th, a 1-1 tie. High drive up the alley in left center field, and this one is going to be gone. Home run, McGuire. 2 out in the 9th, the tying run at first. Dave Parker will be coming up. High pop foul. He's got it. And the Dodgers hang on and beat the A's 4-3. Dodgers 4, A's 1. And the ball is hit to right. Canseco with it hit over his head to the wall. It's against the wall. Davis will score. Dempsey will stop at second with a double. 5-2 Dodgers in the 9th. 3-2 to Tony Phillips. Got it. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
88 champs. Do you know, Nomar, who has that Kirk Gibson home run baseball?
I do not.
Nobody does. Did you know that?
No.
Nobody knows where that baseball is. No one's ever claimed it. That's word on the street.
No, somebody's got it.
Somebody has it. Maybe they didn't know how important the baseball is.
I mean,
if you're watching right now on YouTube,
Let us know.
Yeah, go sell that.
You're going to have everybody telling you, I got it.
Yeah. Again, go sell that.
Too late to authenticate, I believe. Here's Kenta Maeda against Nate Lowe. Maeda transitioning from starter to reliever. His velocity ticks up out of the bullpen. He's been very effective as a reliever down the stretch for the Dodgers the past few seasons and in the month of October. Defensive changes we'll document in a moment. In the air, shallow left center. And that's A.J. Pollock. Bellinger at first, Muncy at third. And Hernandez to center, but that could change again by the time we get to the next inning. So Nate Lowe flies out.
It's time now for the 7th inning stretch.
And we have a 2-2 contest. Your game summary begins with Caleb Ferguson getting into some trouble early, Nomar, and leading to Tampa Bay's first run. Eventually it would be Wendell scoring on the sac fly from Willy Adames.
Well, he doesn't allow a hit, but he gives up a stolen base because they definitely stole off Caleb Ferguson on that, and then issuing a balk there, and then the sacrifice fly. Yeah, just kind of a mental relapse there as far as the balk is concerned. That ended up costing him.
Hey, Blake Snell is back, BJ.
He is back, and I think, you know, one of the relieving things we saw tonight, he really didn't go to his whole arsenal. I mean, he was strictly fastball, curveball. He really didn't dip into the rest of his.
All 4 of his strikeouts off of that fastball,
which we talked about earlier. If he can establish that fastball, we'd see the Cy Young Blake Snell that we were used to, and he was able to do that.
2 perfect innings for Snell, but the bullpen not helping him out later on. Corey Seager with Bellinger and Muncy in scoring position does more than just a sac fly. That's a ground rule double to bring home 2 and give the Dodgers a 2-1 edge.
Well, the Dodgers finally getting a runner on base. It wasn't until that 5th inning, and that was by the walk by Cody Bellinger. And then you get the hit by pitch over there for Max Muncy. And it was just the second at bat, runners in scoring position. Corey Seager coming through, and then Baez with the mistake.
Ji-Man Choi off the changeup. First homer off the changeup from Baez all year. And we're tied at 2. First start for Blake Snell since July 21st, working his way back from the injured list, and as sharp as can be. And it's a 2-2 contest. The Dodgers just 1 for 19 tonight, but that one hit was meaningful.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Peter Fairbanks, next man on the mound for Kevin Cash and company. And Nate Lowe stays in the game. He replaces Matt Duffy. Lowe's over at third. The inning starts with Muncy and a strike.
Nomar, if you're a hitter looking at this shift right now, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, gosh, I have up the middle so open for me. I just think I got to just get a pitch I can handle and take it right there.
4 outfielders.
I mean,
especially as a leadoff guy.
Yeah.
And leading off the inning, I'm like, thank you.
In a 2-2 game. Are they daring him?
I don't know. I think this is just going, okay, reading off the numbers is what we're playing, but sometimes I do scratch my head about some of the shifts, and that not so much always just the shift to the number telling you, but the timing of those.
Especially in a situation where I want out number 1 late in the game. Not really comfortable giving up that much field.
And now it changes with 2 strikes. Nate Lowe's like, where do I go?
Oh, looked like he almost was trying to go the other way on that one, right? That was the pitch to do it, to stay on it. Pitch was away. And sometimes you just don't have to force it. All you have to do is sometimes just shorten up. As you mentioned, BJ, sometimes just take that two-strike approach. You know, use that choke up, two-strike approach, whatever it may be, something you could just handle the bat.
And I mean, if he plays Pepper down the left field line, there's a possibility that's a double.
That's you're right.
It's very lonely on the left side. Well, he pulls it. And it's dropped.
Oh my.
Well, he has all that space. He does pull it. The great thing is he doesn't stop hustling down that line, not just assuming anything, and because of that hustle, ends up getting on base. Second time in this game that the Dodgers were able to get the leadoff batter on base. The first time he was able to come around and score.
Second error we've seen tonight on a pitcher. Fairbanks doesn't have it. Muncy's on for Hernandez. It's 2-0. We've only seen 4 hits tonight. And that is hit number 2 for LA. And Kike's doing damage. A stand-up double. Muncy halted at third. 2 in scoring position. Nobody down in the 7th.
Kike does an excellent job on this pitch. This ball is riding in on his hands, tailing in fastball, and he does an excellent job staying inside that ball and driving it to right center and hitting that gap. That's a ball usually you spin off of it, you roll over when you try to pull that. Instead, he stays inside. Great job by Kike Hernandez. Dodgers once again excellent position with the man who already has the 2 RBIs so far for the Dodgers in this game.
Peter Fairbanks, acquired by the Rays on July 13th for prospect Nick Solak, who has looked good with the Texas Rangers on the big league squad. Same situation as last at bat for Corey Seager in the 5th. Less than 2 outs, 2 in scoring position, tight game. In the postseason chase, every play matters, and the MLB At Bat app delivers with live baseball on your favorite devices. Follow the races to postseason clinches with pitch tracking, video highlights, up-to-the-moment standings, and much more. Download MLB At Bat today. That guy's feeling it.
He's a Raiders fan, too.
We love the music here, though.
Oh, yeah. Always great music here.
Now you have a righty-lefty matchup. First base is open. Infield in for Tampa Bay. Nobody out. It's Seager with Smith on deck. Seager with a lot of space to work with on the left side of the infield. And he comes through. That's going to score 2 for the Dodgers. Muncy and Hernandez come across. It's Corey Seager night in LA. 4-2.
Well, you choose to stay with the righty versus lefty matchup instead of with the base open, pitching around him to put the bases loaded. And the man who's already come through tonight comes through once again, stays on that breaking ball, does an excellent job just staying on it. Talked about how when you have a man on third base with less than 2 outs, it just changes your mentality as a hitter. You're looking for a ball you can handle. It's not necessarily a big swing. It's something that you can get out in the air, get into the outfield. Corey Seager stays on that ball, gets rewarded.
That's strike 1 to Smith, trying to sneak a bunt down. Corey Seager tonight with 2 of the team's 3 hits and all 4 RBIs. Easy to look back now, but
would you have given Seager first with Smith struggling on deck?
I thought it was automatic.
To put him on?
Yeah, it's 7th inning, this late in the game. Gives you a force out at every base. I thought it was automatic.
And Corey Seager's been swinging the bat really well. I mean, he just came off a great road trip. He was batting nearly 300 on that road trip for the Dodgers.
Seager's driven in 18 runs in his last 13 games. Runners in scoring position has been a strength for the Dodgers this year, but especially this month. And that goes back to our conversation, Nomar, about less swing and miss in those situations. Sunday against the Mets was an anomaly. Not coming through quite often with runners in scoring position. I believe they struck out 9 times in those spots. But if you look at the body of work during the season, it's favorable come playoff time.
I think that's one of the differences when I look for the Dodgers over the last couple of World Series. I think the Houston Astros did a good job. I think the Boston Red Sox did a great job against the Dodgers in the last World Series. And then sometimes, like we mentioned, 90 feet makes a huge difference, and sometimes just production out, putting the ball in play. Here's another great example. Yes, you just had the lead. You just took the lead 4-2. It's not necessarily a big lead, But you still have a man at second base and nobody out. Right here for Will Smith. He can put the ball in play and go the other way. Move him over to the third. Tack onto that lead.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat. Driven to left. And that's a foul ball. The Dodgers, since September 1, second best in the National League, close to 300 with runners in scoring position. In tight to Smith, and he's got a base. Joc Pederson in the 9th spot, getting his first trip to the plate tonight. Joc much better against left-handed pitching. He doesn't start against, right-handed pitching. He doesn't start against lefties. But Nomar getting an at-bat against a right-hander, and maybe that's something that Dave Roberts wants to see more of down the stretch in case he's in that spot in October.
Well, this is kind of what Joc Pederson has done all season long. Dave Roberts has predominantly put him against righty. Anytime he doesn't start a game and the righty comes in, he will switch. We've seen it where even when you have those openers where David Freese may start the game like he does in the leadoff spot, maybe get one at bat, and then all of a sudden they bring in a righty, and then Joc Pederson's in there for them. So this is nothing new. This is something that the Dodgers have done all season long. Joc's ready for it and anticipates it, even if he's not starting, that he may come in at any time to face a righty.
A hot September. 5 homers in 12 games. Turns on one to first. Hot shot. Choi's got it. Throw to the covering Fairbanks, and this time they complete the play at first. Seager to third, Smith to second. A tough first out to record.
Second baseman number 48, Gavin Lux.
Choi does a good job staying on this ball because that was not an easy hop. It was kind of one of those in-between hops. I know it's different if you stay on your feet and you catch that smoothly. He might get that force out at second base, but because it was in between, it made him fall back, and that was really his only play was at first base. And despite being an out, talk about productive outs, that was a productive out for Pederson. And see if now Dodgers are able to capitalize on that productive out.
Back to Lux.
Here we are with another base open. I figure you want a ground ball, maybe get out of the inning here.
And a righty on deck in Pollock. Infield in against the rookie.
Got the infield in. You got the infield in on a shift. There's twice that we haven't seen them go over there and say, well, if we walk the bases loaded, we get that ground ball in the infield. We got to force out at home.
The Cleveland Indians won earlier tonight. fan, if you're an Indians fan or a part of the organization. It now becomes a two-team experience. You watch the Indians game, and then you watch this one. Because if the Rays fall, they're just a half game away. Walks up the middle, that gets through. Seager scores, it's 5-2.
We talked about Andrew Friedman, the at-bat quality by Gavin Lux. We also talked to Dave Roberts before the game about Gavin Lux, and he said the same thing. Calm, stays within himself, just gets a breaking ball in the outer half and takes it right back up the middle.
Well, let's not forget swagger.
The rookie has reached base in 6 of his last 12 plate appearances. That's the word that Dave Roberts used to describe Lux. He said confident, not cocky, but showing that he belongs. While we have a moment on this date in baseball history, Dodgers right-hander Hideo Nomo tossed a no-hitter in the most unlikely of places.
Hideo Nomo. With Nomo, it's a case of where he's pitching. What he does at Dodger Stadium and at Coors Field. Look at those scores at Coors Field. Got him on a splitter. Second strikeout for Nomo, losing his bat and striking out at the same time.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us during the 2-hour rain delay. And Bichette went too far. Strike 3. Tap right back to there. And, folks, we might have a little story working here. For 6 innings, Hideo Nomo has no hit the Rockies.
And down goes Bichette as Nomo strikes him out 3 times. High fly ball. Kirby says he has it. All right, now on it gets serious. We got a long way before this game is over. But Hideo Nomo's name is in capital letters and not just up in the upper right field seats. It is 4:30 p.m. in Tokyo. And you can imagine a tremendous interest in what lies ahead. Fastball, 1 away. Ground ball to DeShields. He is 1 out away. Could this possibly be as good a game ever pitched in the history of the game at Coors Field in Denver? Not to allow a hit, but got him. Hideo Nomo has done what they said could not be done. Not at Coors Field in Denver, and thank goodness they saw it in Japan.
Coors Field is not an easy place to pitch in, but Hideo Nomo didn't get the message that night. Wow.
That's so impressive. I mean, that might be one of the most impressive no-hitters in all of baseball, just because it is at Coors Field.
Coors Field.
This is Cole Sulser's 6th career appearance. Pulling back on the bunt is Pollock.
Safety squeeze.
That's right, Smith on third. After the Lux RBI hit to knock home Seager and make it 5-2. And knock out the pitcher. 7th arm tonight for Kevin Cash. And that's ripped to left. It's 6-2. Smith scores on the RBI single for Pollock. The hitting is contagious.
And they have found the bug. No question about it. I think it all started with that air, Max Muncy. It's not only was just an air on the pitcher, but it's also contagious because Max Muncy hustling down the third to create that air and get on base. And then Kike Hernandez with a great at-bat, staying inside a fastball and hitting that double in the right center gap. And then it just started rolling from there. Quality at-bat after quality at-bat. This is what Dodger fans have been seeing all season long, especially late in the game, when they knew when it's close game toward the end, it's just a matter of time before the Dodgers just start getting things going.
And time for Kenta Maeda to practice his bunting game. This is the 3 spot in the lineup for LA. Some double switching going on. And we'll see Maeda in the top of the 8th. Well, that's in the air for d'Arnaud. That's not going to get the job done. Out number 2, and batter number 9 of the inning stepping up in Cody Bellinger.
First baseman number 5, Cody Bellinger.
Lux on second, Pollock at first. 4 in this inning for the Dodgers. And a strike to Bellinger. Corey Seager drove in the first 4 runs tonight for LA. Lux and Pollock also with RBI hits. I mean, Corey Seager is the 7 hitter for the Dodgers.
That's a good problem to have.
No question. I mean, you got Corey Seager. If he starts swinging the bat the way he's capable of doing, I mean, Corey Seager, when he's on, he can bat anywhere in the lineup. He's a middle of the lineup type of player, but it also speaks to the depth of this Dodger lineup.
Bellinger rips one to right, and the Dodgers are in business again. That's going to bring home another. Gavin Lux come on down. It's 7-2.
This is a changeup down in the zone. Cody Bellinger does a good job staying on that ball. Look at the head down. Body staying back on that ball to drive it to right field. We've seen when Cody Bellinger gets himself in trouble is where he's just spinning off of that ball and pulling out. That one he stayed on it and drove it to right.
And Muncy goes after the first pitch.
Frustrated. There are pitches I've always said as hitters, it's not the ones that necessarily get you out. That's not the one that frustrates. It's the ones where you think you should have done damage on and that you fouled off that keep you up at night. Such as that one for Max Muncy.
I completely agree. I mean, there's not a worse feeling than missing a pitch you feel like you should have hit.
Pollock's at third. Bellinger off of second. Muncy reached on the misplay over at first base. Peter Fairbanks covering the bag on the ground ball, but didn't squeeze the baseball. Well, I think they fixed their hitting woes. Better late than never. A common theme for this club.
Hey, I always heard it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
A common theme for the top 2 teams in the National League is the late offense that they create. The Dodgers and the Braves with the walk-off wins, comeback kings. Brian Snitker said it best to me this year. Braves manager a couple months ago said, sometimes our ball club is like watching an NBA game in the 4th quarter. You can wait up until the end, and then we decide to turn it on.
Brian Snitker, such a great baseball mind. So laid back, lets his players be themselves. very, very happy for him that he's having the success that he's having over there in Atlanta. Had the opportunity to be coached by him while I was there. Great guy.
He's in the organization for 43 years now.
Well deserved. Put in his time. Even left the big league level and went to AAA to manage. Came back shortly thereafter, and we've seen the success that he's had.
Muncy flies out to left, and that finally puts an end to a very successful 7th inning for the Dodgers. They played 5. Corey Seager, the spark again. 4 RBIs tonight. And then Gavin Lux catches the bug. And so does A.J. Pollock to bring home another. Finally, Cody Bellinger with a punch, and it's 7-2 Dodgers off 6 hits tonight. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Brunn, BJ Upton, Nomar Garciaparra, and Alana Rizzo with more on the Dodgers catching situation heading into October. Alana?
All right, guys. Thanks so much. You know, one of the questions going into this postseason for the Dodgers is a couple of the relievers as far as the arms that are on the bubble as to whether or not they're going to make that 25-man playoff roster. Well, another question going into that postseason with just 11 games remaining in this regular season is who are the 3 catchers that they're going to carry into the postseason? If you look at each of the catchers, they each have their own qualifications. Russell Martin, of course, a veteran player, has playoff experience. I believe he's gone to the postseason 9 of his 12 years at the big league level. Then you have Austin Barnes, a guy that was optioned to AAA Oklahoma City because he wasn't getting the job done offensively, but he has experience in the postseason and has helped his team get to where they want to go the last 3 years in the playoffs. Then you have Will Smith, a guy obviously that got the call up and was on fire offensively and also is known as a tremendous defensive catcher, a guy that was already in the Gold Glove conversation at the catcher position. However, as of late, hasn't really been hitting as much. So they do have 3 very qualified and capable catchers to take into the postseason, but one of the main question marks going into the playoffs for this club.
Thanks, Alana. How do you see it playing out, Nomar?
Well, just once again, it's all about matchups. Whether they decide to go again with 2 or 3 catchers, I think they're going to go more with 2 catchers because I think they have other guys also that they may feel that can come in pinch hit situations. But realistically, it's going to be who they face. I mean, I think that's how they're going to set the rotation the same way, and who they're going to put in the bullpen. And also when it comes to those position players and guys that are going to be coming off the bench. But I thought BJ did a great point, made a great point earlier. Just because you don't make the division series doesn't mean that you may not make the championship series or the World Series roster. So everyone has to be ready.
Absolutely. I think for me, I'm leaning more towards a guy like Russell Martin. I think what Alana touched on, he's been to the playoffs 9 out of his 12 seasons. For me, I have to have a veteran on the playoff roster like that because there's not a lot that he hasn't dealt with, and he's been in that situation.
And I think he's probably the one of the 3 catchers that definitely for sure. And I think that the other question marks are the other 2. But I think that fact is huge, and also being a veteran, just not only from an offensive side and being in that situation, but I also think from the pitching staff and handling the pitching staff and the way he's also handled some of the guys on this staff and veterans on this staff and the success that we've seen. I mean, a perfect example is Hyun-Jin Ryu has had a lot of success with Russell Martin catching him.
And you know what? With a guy like Russell Martin,
Maeda rings up fam.
He's handled some big-time pitchers. He's handled the upper echelons, the number 1s, a numerous amount of times being with the Yankees, being with the Blue Jays. He's handled a lot of guys. So for me, I want him to handle Clayton Kershaw. I want him to handle Walker Buehler. I want him to handle all those guys because I'm comfortable defensively. I don't care what he does offensively, but defensively, in the playoffs, we all know pitching and defense wins. And like you said, it goes back to the 90 feet rule. Playing for 90 feet.
We just showed all of the record breaking that the Dodgers are doing this year. Down to Austin Meadows, it's 1-1. They clinched the division in game 146. They've clinched a division title in 7 consecutive years now. Out of those 7, is this the best they've had to offer? '104 wins a couple years ago. Lost in game 7 to a powerful Houston Astros team. It seems like Roberts has more weapons than ever.
I still can't call it the best team. Just being in the division with them and facing them numerous times, I think this is the most well-rounded team, baseball-wise.
Listen, you're not going to be able to say the best team until they win it in. They're just in that position now. Until they win it all, you can't say that now. I mean, and that's nothing wrong with being in that position. It's winning the World Series or bust.
Longest hitting streak in baseball on the line right now. 14 games for Austin Meadows. He's walked twice and struck out. .423 in those 14. And 18 RBIs. Video game-ish in the last couple weeks. Going the other way. Pollock backing up. It's over his head, and the hitting streak continues. It's at 15, and it's a double for Meadows with 1 out in the 8th.
It's got to be a Rays record, huh?
Enter number 37, Travis d'Arnaud.
Stay tuned. I'll get you that in a second. Jason Bartlett has the franchise record, 19 games. Meadows has a shot. Another hot week. A miss to d'Arnaud. $48,663 tonight in Dodger Stadium. Well, there's no one there on the right side, and that's going to bring in a run. Meadows scores on the RBI single by d'Arnaud, and it's 7-3.
I know that's tough for any pitcher. Yes, you give up that double, and now you're going, okay, I need to make my pitch, and you feel like, all right, I made that pitch, weak contact, breaks the bat, and you have nobody over there because of the shift. It ends up being an RBI single.
Most RBIs by a catcher since May 11th when he made his debut with the team. It also took him a couple weeks to heat up. Choi with the home run in the 6th. Pulled it to right. Pulls this one on the ground. Bellinger to the covering Maeda, and that's out number 2.
We had Andrew Freeman in here earlier talking about the defensive prowess of Cody Bellinger. Wherever you put him, his athleticism and what he's able to do. Right field, center field, over at first base. This is not an easy play, even with the hesitation and then having to make a great throw as your pitcher is on the move. A ball that he can handle, and he throws it perfectly right at his chest at first base.
I tell you what, some guys are baseball players, and then some guys are just athletes. And Bellinger falls in the athlete category. Like you said, anywhere you put him on the field, he does it well, and he never looks overwhelmed.
Well, we've had quite a few pitching changes tonight. 7 pitchers used by the Dodgers, 7 from Tampa Bay, and many of the switches occurring in the middle of a frame, which can extend the game. Cody Bellinger knows what I'm talking about.
You know what? I can't tell you how many times I've had that same exact expression. I play for Joe Madden. And trust me, standing in center field, he comes out the first time, you're like, okay. Hitter goes by, he comes back out, and I'm looking at Carl Crawford with my hands in the air going, come on. Do you know how hard it is to hit? I don't care who you throw on the mound right now.
Forget about that dinner reservation.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Looks like room service.
Jesus Aguilar. First at bat tonight. Maeda starts him with a strike. Moved from the Brewers to the Rays. Breakout 2018. Much quieter this year. Drives it to right center. And that's gone. Aguilar muscles up for 2, and it's 7-5.
And you just touched on his breakout 2018. We know it's there. Sometimes the league just kind of gets a book on you, and you have to make adjustments.
Well, it's not much adjustments when they throw the ball down the middle. They want that ball in the outer half, and that's right in the heart of the plate. Maeda makes a mistake. Just like we saw earlier at the home run against Baez, that was a mistake over the heart of the plate, and both times out of the ballpark.
All right, that's where you set up the tee in the cage, right there.
Aguilar with 3 homers in his last 7 games. Makes this much more interesting in the 8th. It's Kenley Jansen time. And while he warms up, let's revisit the late push for the postseason for Tampa Bay in 2013.
Mike Carp coming on to hit against Roberto Hernandez.
Bases filled with Red Sox with 1 out in the 10th inning.
Shot to center field. That one is gone. A grand slam. And it's 7-3.
What a win for the Red Sox. They're now 31 over 500. They now lead by 9.5 over Tampa Bay.
And a base hit into right field for Jennings. Here comes Sproul. Rays win it in 12. And there's a large right base hit into center. Jennings around third. Throw by Jones. 18 innings and the Rays win it.
That ball hit deep to right field. Way back. And goodbye home run. A walk-off home run pinch hit. Loading.
A tiebreaker in the American League to see who goes into the postseason. The Rays and out away. Cruz a bounce to short. Escobar. And the Rays are in the postseason. David Price goes the distance. The Rays, the Indians, the winner headed to Boston. Young turns that one around. A big fly to left. And she is way gone. Delvin Young jumping on the first pitch. And a hard hit ball. It's fair down the line. 2 RBI double for Desmond Jennings.
0-2 the count to Chisenhall.
The Tampa Bay Rays are moving on. They win the wild card game.
That was technically not a playoff game for David Price. Game 163, and remember, he had the MO of not showing up in big games. Well, he pitched well in that one. for Tampa Bay. And you look at their postseason results in franchise history. A more baby franchise compared to most, but 2008, they lost in the World Series. 2013, wild card winners.
Well, let me tell you something. 2009, we won 90 games and finished 15 games back to the Yankees.
It's his life in the AL East.
Yes.
Save situation for Kenley Jansen. Maybe he goes 4 outs here as he gets ready for the postseason. He looked phenomenal on Sunday, reinvigorated against the Mets in Queens. A 1-2-3 8th inning, 10 pitches, velocity was up, and he's been reworking his repertoire.
Noah, do you read too much into a closer's ERA?
I don't look at their ERA because a lot of times you see closers where their ERA elevates when they come in those non-closed situations. It's different if you look at their ERA in actual save situations compared to non-save situations. So that's a bigger probably read.
Absolutely.
That's smoked and it eats up Bellinger. Joey Wendell's on board.
And I know just playing with a guy like Craig Kimbrell, sometimes you would look at his ERA and it would be a 3, maybe a low 4, but at the same time, he's got 40 saves.
Absolutely, and this is something rare too. This also doesn't help your closer. Kind of a miscue there, something we don't see too often from Cody Bellinger. He has been so rock solid in every position that he has played all season long.
Is he called from standing around so much tonight? He showed us just a few minutes ago.
Caught on your heels a little bit. That's all right. This is when your pitcher picks you up as an infielder. When you're frustrated, you know you're supposed to make that play, help your pitcher out. And they have to regroup and still make quality pitches.
It's Willy Adames.
Yeah, I was on the infield. My pitchers always were in the hole. The ball was hit to me. That's why I ended up in the outfield. Nomar saw me as a young infielder.
Did you?
I remember. You're like, let me get back in the outfield.
Well, you just wanted to show off your athleticism. High cheese for Adames. Dave Roberts is trying to create some postseason scenarios, and the Rays are helping him out tonight. 3 runs in the 8th. He told us before the game it would be great to get Kenley in, but it's got to be a situation like this. Kenley looks good.
Standard Kenley Jansen right there. Get strike 1 and continue to climb the ladder.
Pitching with some extra oomph in the past week. But let's go back to Aguilar for 2 off of Maeda to cap off a 3-run frame for Tampa Bay and cut it to a 2-run deficit here in the 8th. Dodgers side of the inning coming up, the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. And due up for Los Angeles, Hernandez, Seager, and Smith. The race to October is on. Watch the MLB postseason with YouTube TV. YouTube TV is over 70 channels of live TV, including every postseason game. It also comes with unlimited cloud DVR storage and 6 individual accounts for the household at no extra charge. You can add your favorite teams to the library so you don't miss a moment of the action. Setup is easy and it only takes minutes. Get ready for the postseason and watch live with YouTube TV. Try it free now. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to your favorite team's park. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today.
Center field number 14, Kike Hernandez.
Bottom of the 8th starts with Kike Hernandez. One of the biggest question marks, Nomar, for the Dodgers come October is what version of Kenley Jansen we're going to see as Andrew Kittredge enters for Tampa Bay. Very positive signs over the past week.
No question about it. I mean, I think you touched on over there in New York where he was able to even reach touch 96. Velocity has always been a question. We haven't seen that velocity. We haven't seen that even today coming in. But the difference, there's a difference between having the velocity and then having that late break and sharpness to that cutter. And that's what you're really hoping to see. And it doesn't matter what the season may have been, but if you start seeing that Kenley Jansen that we have seen over the last few years for the Dodgers coming back at the end of the season, that's all you're hoping for to carry you into the postseason.
A ball and a strike to Hernandez. Well, a week ago when the Dodgers were popping champagne, Kenley said, "My season starts in October." He's been used in some low leverage spots lately for LA. In fact, 4 of his last 6 appearances entering tonight have been save situations. So Dave Roberts bringing him in to some lower leverage spots and also making sure he gets somewhat regular work.
Dave Roberts touched on it a few weeks ago saying that because Kenley Jansen was having struggles. He says he likes to work. I am going to be putting him in. It's not necessarily in a safe situation so he can get that work to keep that consistency so he can work on his mechanics. But I also think that also helps because yes, there might be a situation in the postseason where he may have to face that lineup where he thinks it's a leverage. Maybe it is in the 7th or 8th, and then he may need somebody else to come out and close it. He wants to know what his options are going into the postseason, who he can count on.
Chip to center, and Kiermaier is there. Hernandez flies out, and here comes Seager.
Shortstop number 5.
We showed you Sunday.
Corey Seager.
Kenley pitching in the 8th. Kenta Maeda finished the job for the Dodgers. "16 doubles for Seager since August 5th, tied for the most in the National League with Nick Castellanos. He's been something special for the Cubs. What an addition for Chicago coming over from Detroit. He said when he heard about the trade, it felt like he was getting called up to the big leagues again. A little bit of a shot at his former team, but Detroit's not playing playoff baseball this year.
They haven't been playing playoff baseball for the last couple of years. And, I mean, coming up with a team that was known for losing, it's kind of tough waking up every day, going to the park, knowing there's a good chance you're going to lose. And for a guy where he's at in his career, he wants to win. So I completely understand how he felt. Now, I don't know that I would have said that, but I can 100% understand how he feels.
1-2 to Seager. Fouled back. Updated wild card standings in the National League. Nationals would host that game against either the Cubs or the Brewers. If the regular season ended today, they would have to play a game to figure out who gets that wild card matchup against the Nationals. 3-team race in the NL and in the AL. A sprint at this point. Over to left, and Seager's going to fly out in the corner. Pham with a little leap to haul it in.
And number 16, Will Smith.
Well, his first double ended up being a ground rule double over there to left field and bouncing over the left field wall. Then his second double was a left center gap. This one trying to do it again. Hits it deep to the warning track, but Pham there stays with it, makes a nice catch.
And Nomar, you know, when you start driving the ball to the opposite field the way he has tonight, that's always a good sign. Coming down the stretch to take into the playoffs, you definitely want to see that.
You're so right, BJ, and especially for Corey Seager. He knows that. He knows when he is driving the other way, and it's not that flare to left, but rather that ball that has a tendency to be straighter over there, not the one that's kind of spinning away. That's when you know your timing is right and you have the swing that you want to have.
Popper off the bat of Will Smith. And Lowe sticks with it. 3 balls in the air, all produce outs. We're moving on to the 9th, and more Kenley Jansen. So the last 2 years for the Dodgers, they have made it to the Fall Classic and fallen just short. Can they get back there and finally get over the hump?
9th inning begins right now. 3-2 Dodgers trying to go up 2 games to nothing. Gonzalez hits one in the air into left center field. Back at the wall, and it's gone. Tie game.
And Kenley Jansen suffers his first postseason blown save.
2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it.
It was going to be a great win for one team and a crusher for the other.
For the Dodgers, it takes a lot of air out of them.
Bregman now with a runner at second, nobody out. To the right side, Darvish has to get over. Tough play. Wild throw and into the dugout. And in a blink, Houston on top, 1-0. Here's a ground ball right side, could do it. The Houston Astros are world champions.
And the Dodgers are downcast. Party's over. The season is gone.
As Alex Wood takes over, Eduardo Nunez takes over at the plate. That is hammered into left. It is gone. And the Red Sox open up game 1.
Well, here you go. Put your seatbelts on. We got 2 innings, 1-run game.
The game is tied. Steve Pearce.
Jansen gives up another home run.
Dodgers are down to their final strike. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Red Sox win the World Series.
The Dodgers season has come to an end as the Red Sox beat them here at Dodger Stadium 5-1.
Take 3, 2019. The Dodger team again favored to make it to the World Series. And a lot of that will depend on this man, Kenley Jansen.
So if they make it to the World Series, who do they play on the other side?
Could be a powerhouse club like Houston or the Yankees. A strike from Kenley against Kiermaier. I'd say those are the two favored ones on that side.
I don't know that I'm sold on Houston. I feel like at home they rely on that short porch and left too much. Not enough small ball.
Nice pick over there at third, and Kiermaier is retired. Corey Seager by himself.
And like nice pick over there at third by the shortstop Corey Seager. Over there inside, yes, you have the infield shift. Keep the shortstop on that side, but he's playing in just in case he wants to lay it down, especially leading off the inning. Stays with it nicely.
Longest current droughts since their last World Series title. The Dodgers make the list. The Indians, by far the longest at this point. It's been since 1948. Nate Lowe in the 9 spot. And same setups for the Dodgers defensively.
This is also really big for Kenley Jansen, doing a good job getting that last out, but here trying to close this game out. Talked about him working on mechanics. We talked about his out in New York, but this would be a huge boost for the confidence. He's able to close this one out.
Just 3 saves of more than an inning this year in 4 opportunities. It's postseason prep mode for Dave Roberts and the Dodgers. The last time Kenley went for more than 3 outs was back on July 14th. It's been a while. Kenley brought the good stuff tonight.
Showing a little different look with the lefties, not as cutter heavy. Stayed away with the 4-seamer there.
And that's one of the things that they've talked about Kenley Jansen, is to really change up his looks. You know, when he was having those struggles, like everybody was just looking for that cutter. If you can put something else in their mind. Also, not only from that 4-seamer, but also willing to go to the slider as well.
Last chance, Tommy Pham. And for a while, the cutter was basically all he needed.
Yeah, he was a guy that you went up there looking for cutter, middle in. You knew that's where he was going to throw it. You knew he was going to elevate. A lot of the times the one away was off the plate or cutting that way. So the fact that he's developed the slider and he'll throw it to make you think about something else has gone a long way. And he mixing his 4-seam a lot more. So
Tommy Pham is hitless tonight in 4 trips to the plate. If this at-bat does not go well for him, he's probably going to look at strike 1 again in the clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And not going to be happy after he looks at it.
His manager says he's the most intense individual you'll ever meet. But he does not chase.
And there's that slider we were talking about. That's really good. It just puts it now all of a sudden in his head that, especially 2-1, good time to go with it. Make sure it's even down, where even if he makes contact, not easy to hit. Now you're thinking, is he going to come back with me? Now he sets him up for any pitch he'd like to throw here.
Chop to the left side. Game over. Jansen locks it down. Dodgers take it 7-5. Win number 98 for LA. And the Rays fall to 89 and 63. And let's start the post-game show live on YouTube. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Post-game show starts right now. 30 minutes. Scott Braun, BJ Upton, Nomar Garciaparra, and Alana Rizzo. Multiple interviews. We'll hear from managers. We'll break down the game and look forward to the next one. Corey Seager contributed the first 4 runs batted in for LA, and he is going to join us in just a moment. What a night for the Dodgers shortstop from the 7th spot.
Good job by Corey Seager coming through. Also a good job by that man right there, Kenley Jansen, getting a 4-out save.
Headset is on. Corey Seager in just a moment.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Turn it up a little bit. Let's turn up the volume. Corey has the volume. You got us?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, perfect. What a game. Congratulations on the W and knocking in the first 4 runs. Take us through those 2 big at-bats.
You know, the guys in front of battle, Kike puts a good swing on the ball. You know, we take a walk, take a hit by pitch. Just trying to do the job, you know, not trying to do too much. Just take your single and try and score 1.
Were you a little bit surprised that they pitched to you at that moment? Were you thinking maybe they would try to pitch around you, especially when they had a base open over there and you had a righty on deck?
Yeah, you know, you're a little skeptical. Kind of auto took the first one to see what happened, and unfortunately the second one was a little higher, you know, and put a good swing on the ball.
Seager with 4 RBIs tonight and hitting in the 7th spot. How deep is this lineup? And how special is it for you to be a part of?
Yeah, man, we're pretty good. Hitting's contagious. You know, we've kind of done it all year. It's always the next man mentality. Nobody's trying to be the guy that night. You know, you're always trying to pass the baton and just do what you can.
Corey, go ahead.
How good does it feel to drive the ball the other way? Me and Nomar were talking. As hitters, that's what you work on, and you know when you start to do that, you're getting closer to being locked in.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. You never really want to be quick. Kind of been quick kind of all year, to be honest with you. But, yeah, you know, when the ball starts going the other way, you know, you feel a little comfortable, you feel a little more confident, and things start rolling for you.
I know you didn't get to face him, but what did you think of Blake Snell tonight?
Yeah, man, he's pretty good. Kind of lucked out not facing him. But, yeah, I mean, the electric stuff, kind of still coming off injury and still has the stuff like that. It's impressive.
How great of a test is a game like this tonight against the Tampa Bay team that's going to throw a ton of pitchers at you? They look like a playoff team as well, and it's a team that you don't get to see often.
Yeah, you know, it is. It's a huge test. You just kind of battle through it, kind of do what you can, scratch runs, kind of play it like a postseason game. You know, never know when one run wins the game.
And once again, Corey, I know Dodger fans have seen this all year long, but there really was no panic in that dugout, right? Even coming down late in the game, you thought if you guys kind of had it close, you had a way of pulling that out?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you never panic. It's too long of a game. It's too many outs. You know, you just try and scratch and claw as much as you can until things start happening.
What did Kenley look like from your vantage point?
Yeah, man, Kenley's kind of getting back on track. You know, that's what we need. You need that guy in the end of the pen to just kind of come out and blow people away, and he's starting to look really good.
I agree. Corey, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it, and good luck the rest of the way, okay?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Corey.
Corey Seager joining us on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show.
and we'll have more interviews in just a moment. Dodgers take it 7-5 over Tampa Bay. It looked like we had a duel with a number of pitchers early on in the game. In fact, the first hit tonight for LA was that double, the ground rule double from Corey Seager to start the scoring, and then the Dodgers completely poured it on. And Nomar, how many times have you seen this happen this year?
Quite often. I mean, this is one thing that Dodger fans have grown accustomed to. I mean, I think the mantra for Dodger fan is don't leave early, because late in the game they're going to come through, especially if the game is close. They believe it. You can feel it not oozing out of that dugout, that they are always in every game, especially to the very last out. And it didn't take much. All it took was a walk, actually an error, hustling down the line by Max Muncy, an error by the pitcher, a walk, a quality at bat, and then that double. And it just seemed like they were saying, okay, whoever you bring in now, it's just quality at bat after quality at bat, and they put the runs up.
And Kenley Jansen puts a lid on the Rays offense tonight, and that's one of the big statements that we saw with his work over the past week or so. He's really bringing it up a notch. Perfect timing for the Dodgers. Let's run through what we just saw to get us to this 7-5 final score and win number 98 on the season for the Dodgers. Your game summary coming your way with Tampa Bay striking first. And this was a game that was supposed to start with Ross Stripling. And up until a few hours before game time, Caleb Ferguson takes over to start the day. And he gets in some trouble early. A Joey Wendell walk, a steal of second base, a balk to get him to third. And then that sets up a sac fly chance for Willy Adames right here.
Well, yeah, when you really think about it, yeah, he had to come out here and they changed it up. They wanted to get Ross Stripling coming out of the bullpen and try to prep him for postseason and what his role might be out of the postseason coming out of that bullpen. Caleb Ferguson, yeah, gets out of that first inning, and really it was just that misstep of that balk that really cost him, because didn't allow a hit, but they capitalized on that. And then it was Snell on the hill who just looked outstanding for the Rays.
We talked about it early. If Blake Snell could establish his fastball, and we wanted to know what his velo was going to be like and what his control was going to be like, and I think he showed us tonight exactly what the Rays were hoping for. Hopefully, over the next week, they can stretch him out.
Ross Stripling was supposed to start instead in the fourth. We thought that was a double play, but Adames actually gets to the bag before Freese gets the baseball. So we keep playing. Runners at the corners. And Stripling gets a K instead. Even better for his stat line.
Well, that's really what the Dodgers were looking for. I mean, Dave Roberts was hoping Stripling coming in there, pitching at least a couple of innings and putting some zeros on the board.
Ross was worried about this one, but it's all good. You have a center fielder in left in A.J. Pollock.
I think every pitcher is now worried with the way the ball carries out of the ballpark now. Any ball fly out might possibly go out.
I liked Cody Bellinger kind of pitting him against the wall after he makes the catch. You can see him reach. And then still second base.
And this is what we call putting pressure on the defense. He draws a walk, steals second base.
Muncy gets hit by a pitch. And Corey Seager with his first knock of
swing and bunt by Kike.
That was the first hit tonight for LA.
And I'll tell you, I think that steal by Cody Bellinger is huge, because Max Muncy, we know, has unbelievable power. And thinking, well, you're in scoring position, why would you risk it? But I think it got the offense and kind of woke up the Dodgers and got them going. And then that was a big hit by Corey Seager. And I think Troy, here he goes, gets a pitch right down the middle by Pedro Baez, capitalized on it, and ties the game.
That was a changeup from Baez. First home run he's given up off that pitch on the year. The Dodgers catch a break, and they take advantage when something like this happens during the year. Fairbanks trying to cover first, not grabbing the baseball, and then Kike Hernandez starts the rally.
So one thing you can do, any team like the Dodgers, playoff caliber teams like that, you cannot give them extra outs, because they are going to make you pay, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we saw that tonight. Routine ground ball. I mean, it's the PFP. That's what they work on. They don't execute it. The Dodgers are too good to allow that to happen.
After the 2 RBI double from Seager, A.J. Pollock brings in Lux after his RBI hit. And then Cody Bellinger gets in on the fun. An RBI double. 7-2 LA. On to the 8th. This Rays team has some fight, and they've been scoring more than usual lately. Austin Meadows with a double. Travis d'Arnaud brings him home. He's been the best run-producing catcher since he joined Tampa Bay. 2 batters later, Jesus Aguilar, look out.
Big man, big power. Don't make a mistake in the middle. When you do, that's what happens.
Suddenly it's a 7-5 game. Perfect situation for Kenley Jansen to come in and get Adames to chase and climb the ladder. And then more Kenley Jansen in the 9th. This is what they're looking for. In fact, it's the first time that he's put together 4 straight scoreless appearances since the end of June.
And what they're really looking for Kenley Jansen, they were looking for that late break in that cutter. They were looking for the command. He had it all working together, and that was a great save for Kenley Jansen.
Gavin Lux did not start this game, but he came in and played a key role, the rookie for the Dodgers, with Alana Rizzo.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Gavin, you come off the bench in a pinch hit situation, pinch hitting for David Freese. You end up drawing the walk against Rowe. What was the approach in that at-bat?
Yeah, he throws a lot of sliders, so just trying to get something out over the plate. Yeah, a little bit. And try to just do some damage, but kind of be picky at the same time and just get on base and pass the torch to the next guy.
And then in that 7th inning, you guys start putting some quality at-bats together all the way up and down the line. Fairbanks is in. Corey Seager, what a tremendous game from him. And then you drive in the go-ahead run at the time. What was your approach against Fairbanks?
Yes, kind of similar approach, just trying to do the minimal and pass the torch to the next guy. I kind of got down 0-2, and I was just trying to find a barrel and get at least one run in.
Kind of auto took the first one
Corey,
to see what
he had 4 RBIs tonight.
Unfortunately, the second one was a little higher.
Yeah, it just shows you what our offense can do when it gets rolling, so it's pretty special.
He's a doubles machine, certainly. Once again, you guys come from behind in the later innings of this game against a Tampa Bay team that certainly is fighting for their playoff lives. What does it continue to say about the fact that you guys know that you're never out of it?
It's contagious.
Yeah, I mean, like the at-bats that everyone put together that inning was pretty
trying
cool
to be the guy that
see,
night. You're always trying to pass
very unselfish at-bats and just kind of getting it to the next guy and to the next guy, and that's what makes this team special. And there's no, everyone's dangerous. And
how much confidence have you gotten in this time spent at the big league level that you're likely going to be in there against any sort of right-hander?
Kind of been quick, kind of all year.
Yeah, I mean, the guys in there make it pretty easy for me to get comfortable right away. There wasn't too much of growing pains. They did a really good job of making me feel welcome right away, so it's been pretty easy.
All right, 10 games to go in this regular season, Gavin. Nice job tonight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Alana and Gavin. And the best records in Major League Baseball are important this time of year because it helps us determine home field advantage in the playoffs. The Dodgers have the best NL record. And look, the chase is on. They're 1 game off of the Astros and the Yankees, who both check in at 99 and 53. There's a chance for the Dodgers to have home field advantage throughout the postseason. That includes the World Series, which is important for them because they make it back for a 3rd consecutive time. I'm sure they'd love to have that advantage.
Yeah, and especially if you look at those 2 teams that are in front of them right now. You got the Houston Astros and the Yankees. It'd be nice to be able to avoid that DH when it comes to home field advantage if you face them in the World Series. But I think the Dodgers are looking more so before you get to the World Series is at least having that home field advantage in the National League, and that's what's key right now. So they're keeping that lead ahead of the Braves with that win today.
Yeah, Braves have been a hot team as well. The Tampa Bay Rays are just trying to make it into the dance, and as of right now, they do have a spot. And good news for Tampa Bay, their pitchers are coming back. Tyler Glasnow has looked great. This is the first start that we saw from Blake Snell, serving as an opener tonight. 2 innings, but the fastball was money.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see him come back and be that Cy Young caliber pitcher, and he did that today. I think there was some doubts on the velo and the fastball control, but he showed us that he had it, and really didn't have to go to his arsenal with the rest of his pitches today, and was able to strike out 4. So that's got to be positive coming down the stretch. And like you spoke about, Tyler Glasnow about to come back. So hopefully this next week they can get these guys up and going again and make that last push.
You're right about the fastballs.
26 tosses, 21 of them with the fastball, 7 swings and misses, 6 batters faced, 4 strikeouts. He was perfect against the first 6 Dodger hitters, and the velocity was close to 95 miles an hour. You know, this year he's actually been below 50% with the fastball for the first time in the last few seasons. That fastball number keeps going down in terms of usage. I think he needs to use it a little bit more.
Well, obviously, any pitcher who can establish that and feel confident and is usually on a regular basis, that makes his secondary pitches that much more effective. I think he may have lost a little bit of confidence, maybe not had that command, so you go to those secondary pitches, but I think today he proved that, all right, the fastball's there, the command's there, the confidence was there. What was really, I think, hopeful for the Tampa Bay Rays was not only that he went out there and had the type of outing that he had, but that he was also feeling well enough to continue and going out in the bullpen and continue, because they wanted to build that pitch count up as well. So that's also a positive and a good sign.
So let's help out Rays fans right now, okay? Charlie Morton has been fantastic for them, steady, and their best pitcher from the start to the finish of the year. Glasnow obviously has missed a ton of time. He missed about 4 months. Blake Snell has missed time with injuries. How do we stack up the playoff rotation, because they like to use a number of pitchers for Tampa Bay? Let's say there's a game 163. There could be a wild card game, of course, for them if they're successful, and then an ALDS.
You know, once you get there, it's win now, and you have to throw. And you have to throw your best pitcher, and you have to put your best team on the field. When you're talking about one game, everybody's available. I don't care who starts it. Just know that everybody that's on my staff is going to be available. So I think it's a coin flip, and it's up to Kevin Cash.
And the one thing about that is the way they've played all season long, I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody. It's like they're almost prepared for these type of scenarios, that everybody is ready when called upon. There is no role. There's no set role for any of these guys, so they don't have to expect that when they're coming down the stretch.
We know for the Dodgers, as you can see, the Rays 2 games back now of the A's, but still holding a playoff spot, and then the Indians a half game back. The Dodgers have the NL West locked down, and we know for them that their starting rotation will feature Ryu, it will feature Clayton Kershaw, and Walker Buehler. And Dave Roberts is trying to figure out the rest of the puzzle for LA. Here's what he said after the game.
Are you going to see September games next year, Dave?
No, I'm not. You know, obviously there's a lot of matching up tonight. You know, those guys over there, us. But yeah, it was. You use your resources, but there was a lot of good that came out of tonight. Thought obviously Corey with the bat, really good. He was on a lot of pitches and some big hits for us. You know, even that one inning, that big inning for us, Muncy getting down the line, causing an error. Pitcher drops the ball, started that inning right there for us. As far as the pitching, I thought Fergie made some good throws, might have got a little gas there. I thought Julio was good. Pedro left the 3-1 changeup, but you know, I think Kenley again, another good one from him, 4-out save. And Kenta I thought was good, and then it was just the 0-1 fastball that leaked back over, and that was kind of, you know, messed up his line. But I thought he threw the ball well. Strip came in there and wanted to get 3 out of him, but as far as where we were at to try to tack on, we had in the double right there, so to get him out of there. But I thought overall it was a well-pitched game, well-played game.
Dave, how would you describe, you know, the season already started resilient for Corey coming back from those injuries, but there's been the up and down, but again, resilient. How would you describe his season this year?
I think that it's been good in the sense that he's able to participate and play and compete. You know, there was that injury that I think was pretty frustrating for him. But now to be back, gets consistent playing time. You know, I think that the rhythm in the field is there at the plate. And so, you know, just giving good at bats. And he just adds so much length to our lineup. And, you know, to play a premium position defensively and to be an impact bat obviously makes us considerably better.
Are you hoping Maeda would finish that?
That was the goal. You know, and I think that, you know, we came in and then got Lau right there, and you know, he was hot. So I felt that, you know, with his usage, top of the order, I really like Kenta there. And so gets Pham and then gives up the double to Meadows, and you know, then the block But I liked it, got Choi, and then so it was just one of those things that Darno beats a shift, and I like Kent in that spot. So, not always going to put up zeros.
Is this sort of a continuation of last week for Kenley in terms of the pitch mix?
I think so. I think so. And, tonight you saw some sliders, you saw some two-seamers, and then you saw the cut fastball to those guys. So I think that he's feeling pretty good. So when his mechanics are dialed in, then there's things that he can do, and everything plays out.
Once again, it seemed like this is a hard play.
Yeah, that was a good sign from Kenley Jansen in the 9th inning. We used some pitchers tonight, both sides. We saw this coming. Was it expectations below or above for you?
That's what I expected.
Yeah.
I mean, really, actually, regardless, I know it's September and you have these expanded roster, but I think this is the way both of these teams have utilized their bullpens all season long. I think the Rays have done that. We've seen that when it comes to the opener. Dave Roberts is not afraid to play matchups and utilize his bullpen either. So I think it was 16 pitchers total? I think 8 from each side. So not surprising at all.
That's right. 8 total pitchers. It takes a while to get to this point, but we got there. September baseball does disappear next year, at least this version of the game, because you can no longer have an entire 40-man roster in this month and separate seasons. The famous Buck Showalter quote where you have separate times of year in baseball. There's a season in spring training. There's a season up until September. Then September baseball is its own game. And then, of course, October. That's not going to happen next year. We'll have 26-man rosters for the entire year. That will expand to 28 when we get to September. I'm not great with the math, but 28's much less than 40, meaning you can't use a million pitchers all day long.
No, you can, and I think, obviously they're making, and it makes sense that they go out there. I mean, I think they'll even get to the point. What I like to see is where they do in hockey. Here's my roster for today. You can have 40 guys up, but here's the roster. Here's who's available and who we're willing to play at this moment. So they're still making the adjustments, but I'm glad they're addressing that as well, because you still want to see these call-ups for these guys, because I know those September calls for those guys who are knocking in the door, that September time in this big league level to get a taste of it is huge.
The Rays AAA club, Durham, was in the postseason, and Kevin Cash said that their manager probably will not want to speak to him the entire wintertime because he just kept plucking pitchers from that roster while they're in a postseason battle, and so they had to use A-ball pitchers and AA pitchers. But it's all good. It's all about the big league club. Here's Kevin Cash after the Rays lost tonight.
Tough one. We did some good things and we did some not so good things. They're a really good team. They capitalized on every little mishap that we had, and ultimately became the ball game. We didn't make a play at first base, miscommunication, and then the walk to Bellinger-Muncy didn't seem to help us either. But encouraged with the way the guys came back. We put some pressure on them, but just not enough, and probably a little bit too late.
Miscommunication with Choi.
Pete I think he assumed that G-Man was going to get it or take the bag, and probably shouldn't have. Just kept going, lost his momentum, and then when he tried to pick it back up, it looked like it just kind of clanked off his glove.
How did Blake look to you out there, especially after the surgery?
Outstanding. Couldn't have asked for much more from him. I mean, you always wonder, with not getting reps, or that amount of reps, how's the command going to be? The power was tremendous. The fastball command was great. Kyle said in his warm-up session that he looked really, really good. So very encouraged by his performance.
If this was an American League game, would you have given him one more inning, or because of spot?
You know what? Probably not. We talked about it. We wanted to keep the option open, but I don't think none of us are smart enough to put a value on how much the intensity rises in an atmosphere like this. So I think, talking with Kyle, it made the most sense. Let's just cap him at 2.
How close is he to be where you would like him to be? And at the same time, are you a little surprised he got this well so quickly?
Yeah, I'm surprised by any of these guys that throw 96 to 100 miles an hour to be able to recover the way they can and go out there and execute pitches. How close is he to where we would like him? I mean, he was a 6, 7, 8 inning pitcher for us. In fairness, he's probably not going to get there. None of those guys are, but we'll take all the production that we can and the performance that we can in the meantime from him.
Okay, so Kevin Cash's
bunch falls to 89 and 63 on the year, that means Oakland has a little separation. Things are lining up for the A's. They have the easiest schedule out of these three. Looks like we might have a wild card game in Oakland, and it could be Tampa out there. That would be a wild game with a ton of pitchers. And hey, Oakland might not be the prettiest ballpark in the big leagues, but that place can get loud for a playoff game.
Absolutely, man. Being a visiting team, going into the Coliseum is not a place that you want to be. Unfortunately, I never had the privilege to play there in the playoffs, but I can assume that it will probably be pretty intense.
I have, and it gets loud. I mean, they come out there. It is an intense environment. It's an exciting environment to go out there and play playoff baseball, and it's looking that way because they're definitely an exciting team, and they do some things that definitely surprise you and put a lot of pressure on opposing teams.
And some pitchers emerging for them, like Sean Manaea coming back, and also Jesus Luzardo coming up and looking like fire out of the bullpen for them. We have a much more temperature-controlled environment for our next and last MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The Cardinals matching up with the Diamondbacks next week on Wednesday. Be there and get excited for it.
Still tied 4-4. Jumbo Jack for the home run. Tacos for the crowd. What a night here at the old ballpark.
Wilmer Flores, a big two-out knock in the 13th. Peralta, say goodbye. Can they get there? It drops in. Diamondbacks win it.
Fly ball, that's going to do it. That's a winner.
Base hit. Peralta walks it off. Gone! Dyson, Marte, Peralta, back to back to back. Say goodbye to that losing streak. LaCastro walks it off. Who got it? Oh, Gerard Dyson. Going back is Pollock. He looks up. It's gone. Carson Kelly bidding for one more. Carson Kelly tied it at 2. And now we give the D-backs the lead in the 11.
Gets away. Here comes DeYoung. He'll try to score. He's in. And the Cardinals have their first lead. It's 6-5 here in the 11th.
Carpenter swings, and it's a high fly ball. That ball is going to get down for a Redbird winner.
Goldschmidt with a drive, and let's go home. Get into Big Mac land. He launched it. We're out of here.
To the track, to the wall, and it's gone. Grand slam.
Into the Allegheny. Wow.
It's there. He got him. Jose Martinez. A bullet. A strike. And Kisner, the tag. Paul DeYoung does it again. It's a 3-home run night for the Cardinals All-Star shortstop. That gets down. Molina around third base. Too late. It's a Redbird winner.
Fly ball. Deep right. They'll walk him off for the second consecutive game.
We can't just assume that the St. Louis Cardinals are going to make it into the postseason. The Diamondbacks have a chance to play spoiler. Beginning this Thursday, the Cardinals and Cubs match up 7 more times to end the year. Cardinals have a 2-game lead over the Cubs and the Brewers, and the Brewers have a somewhat soft schedule. This division is not over yet, BJ.
You know what? The Arizona Diamondbacks are that team that just will not go away. That's how they play. They play the game the right way. They get timely hits, timely pitching. I just don't see them going anywhere until the end.
Yeah, and the Cardinals are very difficult to play against for Arizona, but also they have a tough schedule.
Yeah, and there's no question about that. But the Cardinals always seem to be that team that find a way. They're the one of those down the stretch. And I'll tell you this, the Central is definitely a battle. I think this was something we assumed was going to happen. I mean, it doesn't always play out that way after 162 games that you're going to see that. But I think on paper when you saw it, you're like, yeah, it's going to come down to the Cardinals, Milwaukee, Chicago Cubs. I was asked earlier in their season, especially being with the Dodgers, they're going, who do you think poses the biggest threat? And I was like, there's 3 teams out of the Central. Any of those 3 teams really play the Dodgers extremely well, and especially in the postseason. And all those guys are definitely battling and in the hunt. I think more so than Arizona. They're about 5.5 back right now. Compared to there's a couple of other teams in front of them. So that's going to be really difficult to leap. But they definitely are a tough team. And if they believe they're still in it, they're going to go out there. And they are going to go out there and make a push no matter what. Because they don't die, that's for sure.
And I've caught quite a few Diamondbacks games this year because I'm like,
what is this team all about? They lost Goldschmidt, they lost Pollock, they lost Zach Greinke, they traded him away this time around, and Patrick Corbin to free agency as well, and yet still a playoff-relevant contending team up until the finish line here. And for St. Louis, obviously, like we mentioned, tough schedule. Can they secure the division crown? That's why you'll tune in next week. But this one is all wrapped up. Dodgers 7, Rays 5, the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, coming back on Wednesday for one more. Paul Goldschmidt making his return to the desert. He's going to lead the Cardinals into Chase Field against Ketel Marte and the Diamondbacks. Coverage beginning with our pregame show, 3 o'clock Eastern. For Nomar Garciaparra, BJ Upton, and Alana Rizzo, I'm Scott Braun, logging out for now. And thanks for watching the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube.